Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now tuned in.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Force.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Yeah, here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
And peep my status, but stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city boards, ball swords, and my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target, and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What a run round town, bumpin' shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC, you
now.
the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What run round town, bumpin' shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
like that, I like that, y'all. Like that, like that, like that, y'all. Like
hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is, KC King Chaka.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, scotch, 784, bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle.
¿Quieres papi?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle,
que lo
wiggle.
mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle.
gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper thick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little, just a little, just a little.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. A mic check. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. It's time to check the mic and best to bet I'm about to wreck it to the leather. Jealous people hate but don't debate, just check my measures. Electric by design, I even shine in stormy weather. Attempt to meddle and tether this mental treasure, and you find yourself embedded in the chasm in the desert. Thirsting for hydration, no libation, empty kettle. Take it to another level, add the bullet in the shovel. Got you on the bubble, double trouble. See you stumbled, and it's about to get repugnant like a kitten in the rumble. Quick to fluff and tumble, best be humble when we come through, cause I have you stiffing under. Mama wonder where you went to.
1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. What you gon' do? It's the KCE crew. We making you look like Fu Manchu. Proper grasshopper who with the kung fu. Cut and slice nice like Benny Hanna do. Take quick bites like the tip of a piranha tooth. Go ahead and steal my mic, watch it blow up right in front of you. We coming to give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Who do you think you are? You ain't gonna get real far. Driving your shifty car, following Diddy farts. I'ma be a Twitter star. I'ma be a Twitter star. Keep dreaming about how big you are, cause we about to pick apart everything that's in your heart. Control and leave you torn to shards. Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte. Selling junk like San Francisco. Wax on, wax off Daniel, son. Selling junk like San Francisco.
1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. I'm tripping cause my mind's gone from always seeing tragedies. Can't close my eyes cause it's around me, I just call it reality. Can't paint no perfect picture like an artist they can't sell. It's what they try to instill in me, but my pockets seem to swell. Doing it like them ghetto boys did it back in those days. And we been jamming Pippin Bun, long live UGK. And before Eminem, we had Bill and Gangsta Nip. But we don't trip unless we on the plane taking a trip. And these suckers trying to contest us, but they find out we ain't no busters. We much more than screw, we keep it gutter. Mic check 1 2, y'all cannot touch us. We don't be causing no problem, son. Coming at me like Daniel, son. You would get defeated, wax on, wax off, out to the righteous one.
1 2 1 2. That's mic check. 1 2 1 2. You already know. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Dude, I could blink my eyes and provide an entire fountain of sound effects pounding directly on your neck, having flashbacks of the tragic act back when the boom bap was replaced with pop rap or hip hop or whatever you call that. We need a lockbox or something to keep this weak pox from spreading. I'm heading outside of the outsiders, opening your mind wide. The silly rabbits are at it again, but they can't hide us. Sit tight, Mr. Hip Hop. We'll find your daughter. Ought to be easy. She emits a homing frequency. We picked it up back in '98, and we're actually surprised that it took us so long to triangulate her exact location. But congratulations, check it out. We about to get her right now. We already found the captors, trapped them and slapped them bound. Just burn the hideout to the ground.
Yeah, a 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Let's make it hot. A 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Please. How feel? Friday night. I ain't gonna lie. I got impending situation, so I ain't gonna know. I might have to jump off of here. I don't know how long I'm gonna be on tonight because I got situations going on, but I'm here for y'all. Like I always say, I treat this like a job, for real. My schedule is my schedule, and I'm gonna be here when I'm scheduled, unless unforeseen circumstances or keep me from doing it. You know, something that's completely out of my control and there's nothing I can do about it. Otherwise, I'm going to be here for y'all. I think these conversations are important. I really do. I think that, you know, hey, this is my way of trying to change the world, right? It's my way of helping, you know. I really believe in the power of conversations. So, you know, and I also feel like there's very few places where you can have these kinds of conversations, you know, comfortably or whatever. So that's another reason why I do this. So this gives you guys an opportunity to come and have a conversation about things that are touchy subjects that are uncomfortable to talk about at church or, you know, in any kind of public settings, at the bar, at work, or anywhere, you know. So you get to come here and have these conversations, and then we expand our mind, right? Because that's the whole point, is to expand your perspective, right? Because you can only see so much with your two eyes. So we want to expand our perspective. To be able to do that, you know, one of the best ways to do that is trying to hear someone else's point of view and trying to really sympathize with it. Like, you don't have to agree with it. You hear them out, you know what I mean? Listen, actually truthfully listen, because that's when we're having a real conversation, is when one party says sends a message, the other person receives the message and sends a message, and then the other person receives the message. The only way that works is if you're listening. You have to listen. You can't just be talking and trying to prove your point all the time, because that's what a lot of people do. What up, Pat? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, man.
Yeah, I can't complain. I got some few little situations to iron out here. Gonna see how we deal with them. Yeah, so how you feel, man? Like, yeah, I was just saying, you know, the importance of conversation, I feel like, you know, is understated. And I also feel like the one of the best ways people learn is through conversations. And I think that's also has to do with our evolution, because I think school was, you know, sitting around the fire listening to stories.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I agree with you wholly with that, because I mean, you know, there's a lot of fighting that goes on, but nothing really gets resolved. But when you actually have a conversation, you know, with someone, you actually look to trade ideas and not just smash somebody with your own. You know, that's the only way you can evolve or allow the other person to get on your level, or maybe you're raising to their level. You know, it's just.
And it's crazy to think that, like, you know, we don't want to share ideas, because, like, if somebody comes up with a better way to do something on the other side of the world, or even in your neighborhood, or maybe they're just a type of person that you don't like, you completely disagree with this type of person or whatever, you know, but they've come up with a cool ass way to do a certain thing. And we're all humans. We all, you know, have to do some of the same things. So, you know, somebody comes up with a better way to do something, it would be like asinine to not use that information to your benefit just because you don't like that person, or you don't want to hear their point of view, or you disagree with them or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. You know, even though that dynamic does exist still, even in 2022, where someone will try to, you know, I mean, it's usually older folks, because, you know, they're not willing to accept, or just because of how they grew up, they're not really willing to even try. A lot of them have given up on life already, because, you know, they've already wasted majority of their years. But I think for young folk and, you know, people, you know, I consider us still to be young. You know, people our age, you know, we're still willing to try to give it a shot, because, you know, we really want to see the future of others get better. We don't, you know, I know us personally, we're trying to set up a dynamic that our children can actually have a chance. You know what I'm saying? But just us really kind of getting in there and not being ashamed to share our ideas, regardless of how cool or how lame we might look.
And we are the elders, we are the ancestors. They're in us. And who, if someone's gonna make a change, or someone's gonna change the world, then who is it? If not you or me, you know what I'm saying? If someone's gonna start the conversation, an honest, truthful conversation, and listening to the other party, trying to find some common ground. If I don't do it or you don't do it, then who? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think, especially with, like you said, with our age bracket, because younger folks are still figuring out the world. You know what I'm saying? The media can control them much more easier than they can us. You know what I'm saying? Because we done seen fads come and go. You know what I'm saying? So we can identify them. You know what I'm saying? So it's not easy to just get us on these fads. We know that they're gonna go away. So
I mean, I really do believe that we are the balance. Like, our age group is the balance, because I mean, honestly, I see, because when you're young and you're coming up, you just don't realize, you just don't know. But for those that are older, they're so stuck in their ways to where,
and then they don't want to. It seems like we got a generation that don't want to help the youngers, because it's like our ancestors, like our heritage is, you know what I mean, giving reverence to the ancestors.
Look, let me give a concept, because my cousin said this, and I hate if it's true, but at the same time, like, this is something she really believes, and she's like, the reason why a lot of the older guys don't help the younger guys is because they're trying to get at the chicks that's their age.
Oh my God. Wow. So, man, that could be true. I mean, hey, this is the crazy world we live in. that could be true, So, but then what do we do? How do we fight against this? Because what I'm saying is, like we have to take on the torch, right? We got to take it on. You know what I mean? And because they always blame. It's like they blame the boomers, right? Right now, it's like everybody blame the boomers. It's the boomers' fault. Climate change and everything. Like, the boomers. Y'all left this shit on our lap, and y'all didn't fucking fix this shit.
Yes. I say yay and nay, because there are some things that they went through a whole era of not really noticing, or maybe too fearful. I mean, based on the things that they grew up around, that a lot, that maybe just had them in a trance where they couldn't really see. But I mean, at the same time, I can't necessarily just say it's totally their fault, because I mean, the programming happening, a lot of the things that they went through was still like survival for us. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of see it in different ways.
Yeah.
But
speaking of reverence to the ancestors, hey Ma, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right today?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for joining, and we love to hear your voice here.
Oh, yeah.
No problem. Y'all just keep on. I'm going to come in.
Okay. So the idea of like that kind of like ageism, and also the idea of who's going to take on the torch, who's going to take on leadership, like who's going to, try to get us all in line. You know what I mean? Who's going to do that, right? So then we got to come together. So I think that is a lot of it is our age group, still able-bodied, understands the world. You know what I'm saying? Not easily manipulated.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, everybody has a part to play, because I mean, even like the boomers who have gone through their period and think that life is up for them, but I mean, I think it's still everybody's you know, when they get to a certain age, it's their time to kind of set the place, set the table for those that's coming after them, or you know, like you can't just say that, oh, give up on the next generation as if they're crazy, because it's really our responsibility to prepare them for, you know, their turn to rule. And you know,
and I feel like there's a war. It's kind of like a battle going on between like the younger generation and the older generation. It's like, you know, the older generation is like, you kids won't listen. We're trying to tell y'all stuff. The younger generation is like, y'all didn't teach us this stuff. Look how all this shit fell on our lap, and y'all didn't fucking show us this shit.
But at the same time, like I even hear them with the cry is that, no, y'all won't listen. Like we're trying to tell y'all what, you know, what's happening now, but you know, you're so busy trying to take us back to where you were. It's like, but we're here right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a crazy dynamic. You know what I'm saying?
And I think that's one of the major things that we've lost in our society is reverence for the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Talking to them, bruh. It, you know, like my grandma or anyone, my mom, you know, people they carry a bunch of knowledge. They don't know that they have. You know what I'm saying? They don't realize that they have this knowledge because they've seen a bunch of stuff that we haven't seen. And they've seen things change over time. You know what I'm saying? That's wisdom. You know what I'm saying? That's stuff that can't really be taught. And then like we be talking about history, and you know how like history is his story, but you got people who live through this stuff and they can tell you what's what for real. You know what I mean? What really fucking happened.
Yeah, I mean, I know that to be true, and you know, because like I try to have these different conversations with different people in my family, because like my dad has gone through Vietnam War. You know, some of the things that we were talking, you know, we were planning to talk about tonight is some of these different wars, and you know, I don't know if it's I don't really think it's shame, but I think it's, and maybe to some extent it is, but like they don't necessarily want to talk about it. And
that's
like
why.
Some of the
exactly
things,
why I'm bringing it up tonight. Go ahead.
Some of the reasons like people can heal through some of these things, because like I mean, even have a friend of mine that's closer to my age. They went through the Gulf War. They went through these different wars that affected them even up to today.
Yeah.
And they don't realize how much, you know, these different things, these different events where, you know, some of us have been utilized to, you know, for another agenda, and not really realize it, and being angry with themselves, or even being angry with those that was, you know,
and they're torn. They're torn between looking out for their brothers and sisters that was out there in the heat with them, the ones that covered their ass when they was under heavy fire. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you can't fault a man or woman for having those feelings for these people who, you know what I'm saying, covered their ass like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's how they play with your fucking emotions, because you forget about the mission. It's not about the mission no more. It's just about protecting your buddy, holding it down for your buddy. The dude who was covering your ass, you want to make sure you cover his ass. You know what I'm saying? You don't want nothing to happen to him because he made sure nothing didn't happen to you. You know what I mean? And you just, you know, you start going through the motions. It's kind of like the hamster wheel that they got all of us on, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So you can't fault these guys all the way. You know what I mean? My dad was in the Air Force. My brother was in the Air Force. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you say all the way. I mean, I really don't fault them, other than the fact that, you know, a lot of times they don't actually take some of these steps that's available. Like they're kind of taking on the same kind of thing that, you know, our elders had done, and that was kind of like not talking about certain things to prepare us, or to, it's kind of like, that same line of thinking that got us even in the situation we're in. Like,
right,
these conversations actually help other people grow, that they don't have to go through the same thing you did.
Right. It's so, or it could just be healing, soothing. You know what I mean? The rhythm of the voice, the breath.
But I think that's a part of the healing, because once you let it out and you're teaching somebody these different things that you've gone through, like, you have a certain pride, being able to be proud of yourself that, you have opened a view, like you've given a different perspective for somebody else. Because I mean, even if it's for your direct lineage, your kids,
and
to say that the full generation, but I mean, even when you do it for just your own kids, and you're allowing your kids to, have a different perspective on life, makes a big difference.
And I think that's what we need to do, is have more reverence for our ancestors, exonerate our ancestors more, and make that a habit. And then you'll start realizing that some of your ancestors are still here, and you need to give reverence to them while they're still here. And also,
all of them are here.
And you need to also pry. You need to ask them questions. You need to try to dig the information out of them, because the information has so much value.
It really does. I mean, even though it might, because there's some things that are going to be somewhat painful to some extent. There's going to be those tears that
you're freezing up.
Might be
you freezing up. Yeah, but I know what you were saying. The tears, the trauma. You know what I'm saying? But that's how you heal, right? That's how you heal.
That's how you release the pain.
That's how you get it out. Those tears, going, like, kind of reliving the trauma. It helps you heal. That's what makes you crazy is when you ignore things, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what we was talking about on the other show. It's just like it's you trying to ignore reality, trying to pretend that reality is not what it is. And and the more you do that, you're mind fucking yourself, and you're making yourself crazy.
Well, that's that weight that sits on top of you that you feel like you just never can get it off. When you let these different things, get inside of your mind, sits on your heart, and you're never really able to really just let it go.
Right.
That's the thing that sits on you for years, for some people, for decades, for some people, and they never seem to be able to move forward because they have that weight that's not allowing them to move forward.
But it's like that song from Erykah Badu, Bag Lady. She said, "You gotta let it go." She's like, "You carrying around too much stuff. You're gonna miss the bus." It's and it's you're holding on.
That's you're
holding on to it. It's you that's doing it. And then you're putting the effort into holding on to it. You know what I'm saying? It takes an effort, and it's a weight that you're carrying. You know what I'm saying? And she says in the song, "Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go."
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, that's the perfect analogy, bro. Because like that, and there's so many people that's doing that it being a weight on them ends up being a weight for the kids. It's like a lot of kids are gonna be like, "No, I already knew. Like, I've been waiting for you to do this." You know what I'm saying? Like, it may even allow them to be like, such because we needed somebody to share with some of these things that we're going through, but maybe I don't, I'm not really sure that dynamic because, like, I have these conversations. I have my friends that I can talk to. There's
and
there's
that's what
really
it
one
is.
main guy.
So
There's
you
one
gotta have
my
somebody you're
cousin.
comfortable with, right? Somebody that you trust, and that's the reason
Yeah.
why people go to psychiatrists. I get those mixed up all the time. That's the reason why people go to the psych doctor, because supposedly you're supposed to be able to trust this guy with your, real feelings, real true emotions, real true events. The heart. It's kind of like Catholics when they go to confession, right? Because you trust the priest. You trust the priest that he's not going to judge you. So you tell
If that's your
him,
thing, yeah. If
you
that's your thing,
you tell him what you really did, and and how you felt about it. Maybe it was like, let's say it was a bad thing you did and you enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so you go to the priest and you're like, bro, I did this really horrible ass thing, but I think I liked it, like, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And like, this is not something that you're gonna tell even your closest friend, or your mom or dad or sister or brother or loved one. You know what I'm saying? This because you're embarrassed about this. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you're struggling with inside. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we all have that yin and the yang in us. We all are struggling. You know what I'm saying? To embrace our higher self. You know what I'm saying? But you have the light and you also have the dark inside of the yin and the yang, and they're both inside of us. So we have to sometimes realize that we have to embrace that dark too. That's where they be trying to teach you when they be saying, the darkness, embrace the darkness. I can't think of the line right now. There's a real popular line that goes around, but I think that people don't really understand it. The dark and the light. You find the balance. God is the balance. So that's what it is. The universe is in balance. You know what I'm saying? But you got horrible shit that goes on in the universe. But you also got wonderful shit that goes on in the universe. And see, the thing is,
at the same time.
At the same damn time. Like that nigga, what's he say? At the same damn time. At the same damn time. At the same damn time. So, but what happens is we focus on one or the other. You know what I'm saying? And both is wrong. You get what I'm saying? You got the people who are all like, okay, I want to use magic or voodoo for bad ways and like hurt people that that hurt me. I'm angry with them. I'm gonna revenge these revengeful spells and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They're like, okay, that's you're embracing the dark side. You know what I'm saying? But that's not balanced. And it's the same way on the other side of that. You know what I mean? The other side is I'm a saint. You know what I mean? Holier than thou.
I only do good.
And that's not real either. It's not real and it's not true. And you are like, I'm blessing people, I'm bringing them to the light, but what you're really doing is feeding your ego.
Yeah.
And you get lost. Your ego will make you get lost. And you're not aware that you're just feeding your ego when you're thinking that you're saving people, you're helping people. But really, you're just feeding your ego. Your ego got you wrapped around its finger, like complete control of you, and you're completely unaware that you're doing all the stuff you're doing in a really for selfish reasons.
It really is. It does become that. I have to admit, I've felt it. I know it. I everything you're saying, because I'm gonna tell you, like I'm a holistic doctor, nurse, whatever you want to call it, a practitioner, whatever you want to call it. Because that's what I like to use, or I guide people with, and instead of trying to go down the pharmaceutical. Because I'm not a healer. I never look at myself as being a healer, but I do give myself, the title of maybe a guidance counselor, somebody that can, lead you down the road of healing yourself. But, however, I haven't even healed myself in a long time. You know what I'm saying? So, when you really realize, like I spent so much time. Yeah, I spent so much time trying to present a lifestyle or, a life for people around me that I've kind of forgot about myself.
And that's not balanced.
No, it's not. So, I had to always kind of, reel things back in order for me to really see the world in a way, and I'm telling people how you're killing yourself, you're messing yourself, but at the same time, I'm doing the same thing, but maybe in a different way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And self-reflection, that know thyself. I'm doing songs tonight. Man in the Mirror from Michael Jackson. But
that's probably my favorite song from Mike.
So, but we've got to really do that. Like, listen to the lyrics of that song and really, like, let me play this clip and then we're gonna start getting into it. Let me play this little clip because it's been playing in the background.
Dressed for the climate, so it's very.
What do you mean the climate? Who tells me? Who tells me how to dress, man? Can you tell me how to dress?
No, it just seems.
Can you tell me how to dress?
It just seems like, mate, I'm.
Nah, man, don't ever talk to me.
We're gonna be detaining you.
Yeah, go on. Do whatever you wanna do.
One more
You
time.
gonna buy me a coat?
I'm just wondering what you're wearing.
I wear my own coat, man. What's wrong? You gonna buy me a coat?
Sometimes, mate, if people are trying to hide things or wear baggy clothes, try and cover.
Listen, are you gonna buy me a coat? You buy me a new coat right now. I'll give you this coat right now.
I'm asking what you're wearing.
You gonna buy me a new coat?
We don't want your coat. We're asking why you're wearing it. You're not dressed.
Cause I wear anything I want, man. I wear anything I want. What's wrong with you?
You're not dressed for the climate, so it's very.
What do you mean the climate? Who tells me? Who tells me how to dress, man? Can you tell me how to dress?
No, it just seems.
Can you tell me how to dress?
It just seems like, mate, I'm.
Nah, man, don't ever talk to me.
We're gonna be detaining you.
Yeah, go on. Do whatever you wanna do.
Oh man, I hate those clips so bad. I wish I'd have known what it was before I played it because it's got me all emotional. So basically, they are harassing him because he has on jackets, and they're saying that it's hot out. So we think it's weird that you have on jackets. So like maybe you have some guns, weapons, or drugs or something under there.
Are you preparing to steal something, or you stolen something?
Or something's going on. Because your hair's locked up, your skin's all brown. You got to be up to something.
Yeah.
Check your pocket. What you got in your pockets? Yeah, I'm making light of it, but that's really not no light thing. That's harassment, and that's what people of color deal with on a day-to-day basis. So people want to be uncomfortable, like they're worried about their kids feeling uncomfortable because the teacher is talking about something that's related to CRT or whatever. But meanwhile, you got people of color going through that kind of stuff every day.
I know I know somebody that's just like that guy where they, they really like in this one. Actually, like I've caught my brother, like my middle brother, Rob. You have to meet him one day, but it seems like he'll dress opposite. Like it could be cold. Like, dude, you need to put a jacket on before you go out there. When it's warm, it's like, dude, what you doing with that jacket on?
Some people are like, I've known people like that. My daughter is like that sometimes. She be getting on my nerves, and I be like, sometimes it gets on my nerves too bad, and I just be like, take that fucking hoodie off or whatever. Take that shit off. It's bothering me. It's not cold. Please.
My God.
But it be like that though, I mean,
no, I know. I already know.
I think I went through a phase where I used to wear hoodies all the time just for no fucking reason. Like, we're humans. We
Some
do
people
shit.
just feel comfortable with the, like it give them a certain level of comfort. Not that it's necessarily that cold.
It's just a thing, and you can't really explain it because we're humans and we just do weird things sometimes. So, but as a human, we should have the freedom, right? To wear a jacket out when it's hot, if that's what we decide to do, right? Without being harassed about it.
But at the same time, I mean, we might be raising some, you know, saying like if something looks weird, it looks weird, you know, and I mean,
and I live my life by that, and it sucks. It sucks, and I've talked about this before, but it's like there's a character from the Boondocks, the neighbor's dad. He's married to the white lady. He has the mixed kid. And he's like a lawyer and stuff, and like he lives his whole life in like trying to fight against stereotypes, like the black stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? And I swear, I mean, I really sympathize with that character because I feel like that's what I've done a lot in my life. I realized it as looking back because I wasn't doing it consciously. You know what I'm saying? I realized I was doing it as once I got older, and I looked back at my life and I realized what I was doing, and I was like, damn, you know. And it was just me trying to like fight against these stereotypes. You know, really just trying to show people that like black people are human. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, let me play this clip right here.
Qualified. She's the first Marshall Scholar from Spelman. She has a PhD in economics, over 20 years of policy experience, and served as an economic advisor for Presidents Clinton, Bush, and Obama. So when you have an extremely qualified Black woman who has expertise on international trade and the disproportionate impacts on economic policy on people of color, it's clear what the attacks are really about. Republicans are back at it again. They are obstructing the confirmation of the first Black woman to serve on the Federal Reserve, Dr. Lisa Cook. Sound familiar?
Federal Reserve.
She's facing a racist smear campaign that has nothing to do with her qualifications.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
Listen to this by Tucker Carlson.
She has no experience with monetary policy. What does she do? She's like an angry race activist. Of course, she's another race lady.
No comment.
Wow.
And Trump's former advisor
I'm gonna have to
said she was
look
more
that up because I don't know
qualified to
anything
coach an
about
NFL
this.
team. And
Yeah,
this is
that's
just a
why
small
I'm.
snippet of the racist and sexist comments attacking Lisa. Now, Sis is extremely qualified. She's the first Marshall Scholar from Spelman. She has a PhD in economics, over 20 years of policy experience, and served as an economic advisor for Presidents Clinton, Bush, and Obama. So when you have an extremely qualified Black woman who has expertise on international trade and the disproportionate impacts on economic policy on people of color, it's clear what the attacks are really about. Republicans
This is
are back at
stupid,
it
though.
again. They are obstructing the confirmation of the first Black woman to serve on the Federal Reserve, Dr. Lisa Cook.
This is
Sound
stupid.
familiar? She's
You know why this is stupid? Because the IMF, the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, nigga, them ain't no people of color friendly organizations. No matter who the hell the fuck skin tone has an executive. You can't go against the fucking whole agenda of the damn organization. You know what I'm saying? Get the F out of here, bro. If you know anything about the World Bank, IMFs, or the Federal Reserve, then you're gonna know that the average, pretty much all of us is not included in that club, but especially brown people, because like I was saying before, like the way that the capitalist system, the one that we have here, the way it works, it works on a class system, and it feeds off of the lower ones. And the way the class system is set up is racially in this country and in some others around the world. And the browner you are tends to be on the lower, so they just tend to be the ones that gets to. You get what I'm saying? So this is a controlled opposition as argument. Like, oh, we're trying to get this Black lady in this organization that's gonna look out for Black people. Lady, you're crazy as hell if you think the Federal Reserve Bank is gonna do a goddamn thing for Black people. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna tell you. I mean, because honestly, it can be a catch-22. Like, there's a lot of things that I just in that glimpse I thought of is just that, you know, it could go many different ways. Like, this could be an scapegoat for some, or it was because of this lady, you know. But I mean, you know, she's been advisor to 3 different presidents already, coming on number 4 maybe. And you know, can we blame her for our financial woes? Can, you know, or maybe it's a time where we really got to listen to her now, because obviously everything we've been doing hasn't worked, so maybe she could pull us out of it. I don't know. It's just it's
man.
a weird thing. It's a weird thing that okay.
You already had to be. You're already. There's good bad guys and bad good guys, but you had to be on the wrong side of history already if you was advisors to those names that they said, and you know what I'm saying. So you had to be up to some nefarious activities. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
without a doubt.
You maybe they didn't take her advice.
We could give her the benefit of the doubt. Yes, I'll give you that. We don't know. We're on the outside looking in, but when you hang out with gangsters and mobsters, like most likely you're probably doing something illegal.
Probably. But there's usually that one that's inside of the organization that tries to keep everybody on the up and up that nobody really listens to. So I don't know. Look, I've gotten to the point where I don't think one person is gonna be able to solve any of this. Yeah. And honestly, like, let it be. Whatever it is, whoever they bring in, look.
That's how I feel too. I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter. We have to go at things different way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't even like the Federal Reserve Bank. We need a whole another kind of way of doing that. And that's and if people knew how that shit worked, they would be in the streets. But they don't know how it works. And it's so complex, it's hard to explain to people. They're not gonna get it. Look at P. Diddy enjoying life. He loving life. Look at this guy. This guy is loving life. Let's start getting into it. We're getting into an hour now. Yeah. So the name of the show is Only Approved Lies. Only Approved Lies. So it's kind of the theme of this week. What I've been trying to cover is and it's related to what's happening in Ukraine, but I want to show the history, not necessarily of Ukraine, but just the way things happen historically. And especially
go with it, because it's so
leading into wars, because the things that happen that lead us into wars historically has been a few not very what's the
Please
word?
Don't say little lies. Don't say little lies.
Shady. I mean, you can't see it, blurry. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be nice, but it's not 100% honest.
Pure, blatant lies. Let me help you out, because you could be nice. We gotta look. You can be the yin and I could be the yang. You can try to bring yourself to them. Like these some lying motherfuckers.
Man, and we got evidence of this historically, and I can cover it today for y'all. For all of y'all out there who doubt it. You know what I'm saying? Nefarious. Like every time before we go to war, some weird nefarious event happens. You know what I'm saying? To give us a reason, an excuse to do it. And every time, not every time, but there's quite a few events where after time is told and they go back and look at it, they be like, we don't know that this even happened at all. Like the whole reason. Look at Iraq. Weapons of mass destruction. And I'm not going to cover that today, but that is like that. That's the exact same thing. They said for sure Saddam Hussein gassing his people. He got weapons of mass destruction. We got to stop him. We got to go do it.
Yes.
So and they got the public's public support.
That's a very sensitive. That's one that's very sensitive. But our point,
because it's still recent.
It's not real. But the point really isn't there. There's a bigger point that will help people grow, which where you started at is just to see the pattern.
That's where I'm going with it, and that's why Iraq is the that's a later example.
Yeah.
So which ones did you see? What stood out to you? Do you remember anything?
I mean, all of them became somewhat significant, even though, like, even the Filipino War was something that was somewhat hidden. I mean, I guess there was different things that stood out to me because, like, they're actually saying it, but not saying it. But those people, the mortal people, that's just another way of saying more.
These people were brown, definitely. And they didn't teach me about the Filipino War. Did they teach y'all that are listening? Were y'all taught about the Filipino War?
No, sir.
It was a long war.
It was the longest war before the whole Afghanistan Iraq combination, because it was somewhat of a combination of war. This was the longest one up until this last one, this Afghanistan war.
And not only that, it's significant to present day history. It makes present day history make sense. It makes sense why the Philippines they're so, what's the word? I don't know. They're Americanized.
Suppressed. Oh, well, they're Americanized, but I think their whole culture, everything that they had was suppressed. But I guess you could say that because, they live a lot like the Western today. They live more of a Western life than the culture that their ancestors lived. I mean, it's the same for us. I mean, our ancestors lived a totally different way than what we live. We've been, and it's crazy that we call it Western, because I mean, it's really more of a Northeastern ideal that has grown in the West. You know what I'm saying? But either way, that whole idealism, that structure has spread all over the world based on these different things that has taken place over the last many decades.
Well, this video is only 7 minutes, and I'm gonna kind of skip through it, so y'all bear with it. Stay awake. It's this is some important ass information. I'm probably not gonna play the whole thing, but it's solid with information. This guy is so good.
Yeah. It's thorough.
Today I've got a special episode of Wars You've Never Heard of and Engaging Etymology. I'm going to show you how the mundane word boondocks is derived from one of America's longest and most brutal wars. A war that seems to have been forgotten by most, and misrepresented by so many of the people who mention it otherwise. It is the Philippine Insurrection, also known as the Moro War and the Philippine-American Wars. Seriously, the word boondocks comes from a war that raged from 1899 to 1913, a full 14 years. Now that it is 2016,
it's so strange, the boondocks. And then, that's a cartoon that cartoon was so good, a reflection of black people. I'll be saying this all the time, that most of the time on TV, the shows that we have don't reflect how black people really are. Like, it's so, because they're usually written by white people, so white people really just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? This is not a racial thing at all. It's just that they don't.
That tells you how much they do get it.
Well, maybe that's
to me. Yeah, to me, it shows just how much they do get it, because they can give these different reflections.
Well, the show Boondocks, that show Atlanta, if you ever saw that one. That's a TV show. It's not a cartoon. What's his name? Childish Gambino.
The symbolism.
Well, it's very good at the reflection of the black community. Is really, really, really accurate. So and it's but we don't have very many representations on television that reflect the black community accurately.
Yeah, but we can't really say like certain people that in a whole, because it's some people, these people that are involved with creation of this show, the writers, maybe even the people who are acting it out or doing the voices for some of these characters may not fully know it, but the people who are writing it, they know. And a lot of it, I mean, whether you know it or not, a lot of these people go through certain classes to be able to, they understand that symbolism to be able to give that bigger story into a smaller little piece. Like they can draw it in.
But like I say, I feel like most of the shows and movies, they just turn black people into caricatures. And, it's really strange when you look at it. But it's interesting, the Boondocks connection, being that it's black like that. And then in this show, it was about the Filipino War. So that's just an interesting note. Let me, stick a pin.
You could say the Filipino War, but I think it's real significant that they even use it like it was either considered the Moro War.
The Moro, yeah.
Or and the Filipino just really just
and then that is known by the word boondocks. That's another thing that is known.
And that's a subliminal thing. I mean, how did they know to use that?
Yeah, the only thing I know about the Boondocks, like I feel like that comes from like Louisiana, like Cajun, like being out in the middle of nowhere, like out there in the boondocks, out there in the boonies, like out there on the swamps, in the middle of the trees, lost.
Well, that can be anywhere, but yeah, we've used that term a lot in Louisiana. Just like some people use, out in, BF, Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So that's what it means. The boonies, the boondocks. You out in the middle of you out there in the boonies. Let me play some more.
Afghanistan has only now surpassed the length of this war, and is certainly more docile than what happened in the Philippines over a century ago. So let's dig into how this brutal war cemented the word boondocks into our language. During the Spanish-American War, the U.S. sought to capture Manila from the Spanish. There had been a strong independence movement in the Philippines prior to the war in 1896, and the U.S. accidentally helped to create the first Philippines Republic. The U.S. supported revolutionaries who were led by Emilio Aguinaldo in order to gain power over the island from the Spanish. But the U.S. did not support actual independence. When the treaty between Spain and the U.S. was signed, all the Philippines were formally annexed by the U.S. The newly formed republic that had established itself during the war refused to give into American control, and so war began in 1899, with Filipinos trying to keep their independence while the U.S. attempted to assert power over its newly acquired territory. There was a large
flag. I don't know if you
people who vehemently
you look at the
protested the
symbolism in
taking
that
of the
flag
Philippines
too.
in America. From famous figures like Andrew.
Want me to take it back to the flag? Hold on, give me 1 second.
I mean, well, you can. I don't really. I mean, I want to let the people get to it, but I mean that's something, because I mean I've kind of looked at different flags and the symbolism of it. The origin of some of those ideas, the reasons why they put it, because like a lot of it is cosmology. Like the way the flag is created goes into cosmology. Like it's just there. But a lot of the older flags that has the sun in it,
yeah,
it usually represents melanated people because of the way like it kisses the skin. You can look at Japan, like some of the older flags, because
I know those flags have a lot of symbology in them. And like there's this channel that I like a lot called Geography Now, and you can learn a lot on that channel. And when he first started out, he would do the flag of the country, and he would do that like as a segment, as like at the beginning of the show. But that shit, it ended up being so controversial that he cut that part out of the show, and he does it kind of like separately, and he barely touches on it. So like the flags, because he was breaking down the symbology of the flags as he was going down the countries.
Yeah, I don't really want to get too far off of our point, like what we're trying to show the people. But I think that is something that we gotta, that's something too that just it just kind of flashes out at me.
And which flash? Okay,
Yeah, you just did right there. Right there.
U.S., the newly formed republic that had established itself.
I'm talking about this one.
During the war, refused to give into American control.
We
war
could
began
get deep
in
into it, but
1899,
just let it
with
go.
Filipinos trying to keep their independence while the U.S. attempted to assert power over its newly acquired territory. There was a large contingent of people who vehemently protested the taking of the Philippines in America. From famous figures like Andrew Carnegie to everyday people who decided to protest in the streets, it was a hotly contested subject. One could draw many parallels to the Vietnam War of 1964 to 1973, except for this war was longer and more brutal. The Philippine War turned nasty quickly. The first years of the insurrection were the worst. As soon as Aguinaldo declared war against the U.S. on February 4th, 1899, fighting began immediately. A day later, the largest battle happened in Manila as the U.S. took the city by force. The war sank into jungle warfare. Each campaign became reliant on increasing guerrilla tactics. It turned nasty, with campaigns to rout out suspected leaders of the insurrection, prison camps, torture, gruesome executions, and mass killings on the scale which really ought to be called genocide. The
That's what it
atrocities
was.
were compounded on both sides, but with the U.S. being the more powerful contender, they killed many more civilians than the other side. On numerous occasions, massacres happened where orders were given to simply kill anything that moved within a particular region.
That's
One general
genocide.
infamously ordered the killing of any boy who was old enough to carry a gun for the entire island of Samar, barring a particular enclave. Americans even resorted to the old imperial Spanish technique called the water cure, where they would funnel water down a person's throat until they either confessed or drowned. And the massacres,
like an
by the way, were
eradication
just
of a
too
people's-
numerous to even count. Eventually,
Ethnic cleansing.
Aguinaldo was captured in March of 1901. He appealed to the Filipinos to end the insurrection, but it was symbolic and certainly not
Look
the
at that
end.
afro.
William Taft, who would later become president, came in as a governor a few months later, but held very little power in the islands. Instead, a terribly effective policy was instituted later that year. People on entire islands were rounded up into concentration camps, and if they refused, they were held to be in insurrection and often killed. By concentrating the population in a particular place, the U.S. Army could rout out any insurrectionaries. As part of this, the U.S. also burned crops and killed livestock, leading to massive famine that killed hundreds of thousands of Filipinos. And this is where the word boondocks comes in. It means mountain in Tagalog, but Americans came to use it in reference to the area outside of the concentration camps. Seriously, the word boondocks originally entered the English language in relationship to very real and almost genocidal American concentration camps. The worst thing is, this policy of labeling the boondocks outside of concentration camps as insurrectionary was entirely effective. It broke the insurrection. Most islands were officially pacified in 1902.
He said the phrase "American concentration camps." That's probably gonna get me flagged. I don't think I've ever really heard those words together like that. And then in the news recently, I heard them talking about Ukraine and concentration camps, or maybe they said Russia concentration camps or whatever. And then I'm like, bruh, they got concentration camps all over the world. They got them here in the States.
And that's where many historians end, but they failed to see how the war actually continued. Declaring victory and achieving it are two very different things. Yes, the worst of the fighting was over, but an even more radicalized group began to take over the insurrection. These were the Moros, and they were a fearsome group. They became known for attacking soldiers with their bolo knives and killing many before being felled in a hail of gunfire.
Look
It
at
is
the
like
head
how
wraps that
many
they have.
people imagined Viking berserkers, if imagination on that subject were actually to hold up to reality, but that's not the subject here. But seriously, the army even adopted the M1911 pistol specifically to kill Moros more easily.
Look at
By
that
the
head
way,
wrap.
they were ethnically Muslim mostly. The insurrection continued well into 1913, with the US military and Filipino constabulary continually using concentration camps, raiding, and patrols to combat Moros. In a final climactic battle, after years of pushing the Moros into smaller and smaller regions, the last of them were fought in the Battle of Bud Bagsak, ending the war for good. Because of the length of this war and the horrid conditions of its victory, the American public was soured on the idea of imperialism, where in 1898 many had rallied around annexing territory. After years of contemptible warfare, most were done with the whole idea. It is because of the Philippines insurrection that the US chose not to pursue more expansion, and did not annex any territory because of World War I. We were done with it. And that's pretty much where American expansionism ended, was in this brutal war. Because of the terrible news arriving from the Philippines of further and further atrocities, Americans adopted some of the lingo, including the word boondocks. It's truly fearful that such a mundane word can carry tinges of genocide and atrocity in its etymology. Makes you wonder what else lays hidden in our language. Well, actually I have a playlist for that. Or maybe you want to know more about American Small Wars. I've also created a playlist for that.
Yeah, so that's a great video that this guy made. He makes really good stuff.
He's usually a little more extensive in his videos, but I think he made it real plain and simple and kind of.
He tried to give the facts that they couldn't argue with, because YouTube be on his ass too. I watch him a lot. YouTube be on his ass too. It'd be demonetizing his stuff, and he'd be like, "Man, I'm just stating like actual stuff you can completely verify. Like, you can't say this is misinformation or miseducating people." And that's what he was saying. He said YouTube obviously doesn't care much about education, because he makes educational videos.
Well,
they're
but
not
that's
philosophical. He's not coming from a certain point of view. He's not like trying to show the left or the right or nothing. He's just saying what the hell happened, and letting you make up your own mind.
Well, the truth is subjective in the YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that I guess amazes me, because regardless of how much truth, like the more truth that you give, the more they try to. I mean, you see how much they're censoring stuff these days. Certain people, and if you don't have the enough tact, which maybe I don't, to be able to speak in a way that is tolerable to the powers that be.
But I thought we have free speech in America.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it, but you can still get punished for it. That's what they, I think that's what it is. Yeah, you can say it,
but you might get punched in the face,
or
worse,
or worse. That's the part. You know what I'm saying? But I think that that video said a lot to me. It showed me some things that I somewhat forgot, or kind of reawakened some things that I guess you just don't think about all the time. But we got to remember, because one of the things I say a lot of time, like the wars that we see are not new wars. This is stuff that they've been fighting for a long time, and when some of these monsters show their nasty head, then they try to beat it down and demolish it, so that everything that within their agenda doesn't
and that's why they don't teach people history, actual histories and they push certain stories like the Filipino War, because like I said, I wasn't taught about it. That's the reason why they don't teach people histories, because people were gonna notice patterns. We're like a pattern noticing animal, if you will. Like that's one of the main things we do naturally without even thinking about it. Like, and we love to put things into patterns. We're always looking for a pattern. Even if there's no pattern there, we'll make
Fine.
it.
You can see. Well, no, I mean, because honestly, I don't think there's any way to avoid seeing the patterns. It's just really kind of trying. My thing is to allow people to, maybe get a glimpse at some of the patterns that I see, because like it matters. I mean, it definitely matters. I mean, you can't look at something and always think it's something new, because if you do, it'll continue to just go right over your head. Like you're not really noticing that, hey, you remember that thing that happened last year? You remember like 5 years ago when they went and did this and they did that, whatever. I mean, all that goes right into what you're seeing right now, or like it's not separate. You know what I'm saying? You can't look at everything as if it's just,
and that's my whole point.
Like, this is just what's happening now. No, this is the same shit that's been happening for, the last 200, 300, however far back you want to go. I mean, because even, if we talk, because I mean, if you look at the Philippines, this is still an extension of the same type of people in a different area that might have talked a different language, but it's the same people that what they were fighting in Spain, or they was fighting, in Europe, in different parts of Africa, wherever you go. I mean, even in Russia at one point, like these same people they have a deep problem with, and even though there's people today that don't look like us that still remember or have, they're fighting the same thing that what we directly see as our ancestors, because I somewhat see, it's hard for me to say because I don't have the 100% proof yet, but the whole idea of what's going on in Russia, Putin is fighting a lot of the shit that we fought against.
This is where I was going. So you jumped the gun, but that's where I was heading. That's the reason why I lined up those videos that you saw and trying to get to pattern, because of the Ukraine situation. The Ukraine situation is what inspired, you know what I'm saying, me to go back and look at this stuff. I was like, there's a connection. I don't get it, but I know it's there. So I went and I started looking, and then I started seeing shit. And so this stuff that I came up with is the stuff that I sent y'all this week, and some of it last week, because I've really kind of been working on this for a couple weeks. And so, like, I noticed something. I noticed a pattern, and I noticed that, like I say, Russia are the ones that stopped the Nazis last time. I have to keep saying that every time, because we seem to forget that. It wasn't the U.S. It wasn't us.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to kind of decipher through, because it looks like, this is white on white crime, but really we just have to go back to what's right and what's wrong. And
and Russia don't fuck with the Nazis like that. They don't like Nazis like that. Like, that's my thing. Like, everybody got a thing they just don't fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Russians don't fuck with Nazis. Like, we off that, all the way off that. Like, no, we don't fuck with that shit. We know how that shit can get out of control and turn into a whole thing. We've seen it happen. And millions of our people have spilt their blood, behind this shit. We're not going to let that shit take root, and we have to try to deal with it again. And then I noticed historically, Russia, that ain't the first time Russia did that.
No, I mean, even when you're talking about, just like a few years ago when in Syria, when, they were helping the Syrian people Who are those? Who are those people?
Exactly. That's the same kind of situation.
A lot of them look, real light skinned. They're not necessarily, what you might call black, but they're not really what technically what we call white either. You know what I'm saying? They're something else at this point in time. But when you look back in history, who those people evolved from, they still live with the same kind of idea. And these are, Islamic people. These are, because I don't think,
Not
a lot
all
of
of
us,
them.
because
They had a bunch of Christians too. It was a very modern city.
But even the Christians live with a different type of ideal. That's not the same as what. That's the thing. Like there's a modern Christianity, but then there's also the ancient perspective of Christianity.
Yep.
And that's where they lean more to, because they're not much different. Like they love.
And I be saying that all the time. It really Muslim and Christians, the ones that know, they should know that they definitely sisters, hand in hand,
they're cousins,
sister and brother.
Cousins. Yeah, they're at least cousins. You know what I'm saying? Close cousins. But that's one thing I think that we have to keep reminding ourselves is that it's not, these wars are not different. Like it's the same war, it's the same fight. It's just that it looks weird when you see people that look similar, you know what I'm saying? It's just, but I mean, if you think about even like with Whoopi, she got in trouble for saying that these people, look, hey, this is look, it's just two white people, the white groups of white people that's fighting each other and blah, 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 just let them do their thing. But at the same time, I get her point, but it's not really, on the surface, maybe it's that. It looks like that, but it's really not.
And that's what they do every time. And they got fugazied. Everybody fugazied. They be out in the streets. Y'all would be out in the streets screaming.
Record and watching her performance this week, I cannot and will not support Judge Jackson for a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court.
Man, shut the fuck up. What record? You mean this record? The record that's better than every other sitting justice on the Supreme Court? That record? The record that's better than the Supreme Court justices whose nomination you did support? That fucking record? In what performance you talking about? You mean the performance of your colleagues who turned this into political theater, asking questions that had nothing to do with being a judge for no other reason than to pander to their pathetic political base? And while they did so, she kept a cool head about her? That fucking performance? You're just another white guy in Congress who's struggling to hang on to that last little bit of white supremacy as you feel the status quo slipping from your grimy old hands. We need less of you and more of the Honorable Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
He said it with his chest.
Yeah, he uses diaphragm on that one.
Uh-oh. Let's get some comedy theater. If it's not music in this,
Nothing nice.
Oh, it is music. So fuck it. It says exclusive.
I think that the more I think about it, bro, like I am, I am kind of questionable about it, but at the same time, it's like I haven't been there because I've seen like I said, we're talking about patterns, and a lot of the stuff that comes out of one party from another, because I don't give either one of them just free reign, like these people are right and these are wrong, but I guess I've been disappointed. I've let my political emotions show at times, and I just a lot of times we don't really get the real people in office, and that's the part. But maybe this is what's needed at the time. You know what I'm saying?
The system bubbles up these people, because like you say, they're the wrong people, but they're the right people because that's what the system bubbles up, because that's what the system wants to bubble up. It's how it works.
Give them a chance.
But But like I say, the legitimacy of the Supreme Court is improved with her, but at the same time, the legitimacy of the Supreme Court is not very. And people are looking at law like they're looking at the police like they're not legal. They're looking at the Congress like they're doing illegal things. They're looking at the presidents like they're doing illegal things. So it's like
I mean,
this
until we
is
have
on-
somebody that can really actually change some of the laws based on cases, it's not going to really matter. Because I mean, if the laws are still, I mean, just making a ruling, if it doesn't have a significant play on why the ruling happened, I mean, it's insignificant.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And one person can't change the world. I mean, but I guess we can look at it like this, because I be saying all the time, the only person that's crazy enough to change the world is somebody who's crazy enough to think they can change the world. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but a lot of times, I mean, I think it's going to happen on happenstance. It's not like
Yeah.
they're not like some. There's some judges that has made rulings based on okay, look, this is just the evidence you place in front of me. Because the lawyers, whether it's what's the not the defense, but the
district attorney,
like the district attorney, or like the ones that's playing
prosecutor.
the side, the prosecutor. Yeah. Now, based on how they're the way they present the cases is what allows certain things to come out within the case, or those details that really make the difference. The Dred Scott case, the Wade and Roe, different things that I don't think that they necessarily would to set out to change the world, but those are different things that did just through somebody covering the case just as it was, how it was, was presented to him. So some of these things just going to happen in happenstance.
Yeah, I think, damn it, I'm pressing too many buttons. Something bad's going to happen. Yeah, and that's what I always say. Like, that's why I like those movies where it be like, it's always the random character that made the main difference in the story. Like in that movie, Children of Men, where the guy, he's an alcoholic and he's really just like, and gave up on life. But he ends up being the guy who makes all the difference.
Yeah.
Let me hear this clip right here.
Critical interviews about U.S. imperialism, about Israel, about Saudi Arabia, all of those were just obliterated in the blink of an eye. This is the equivalent to modern book burning, and many are actually celebrating it without realizing what a slippery slope that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's right.
That's no, bro. That's so true.
RT and the direction they took out.
They deleted all her stuff too.
I mean, just think about a lot of the knowledge that just simple everyday knowledge people get rid of because of books that they're like I don't how do you get afraid of a book?
I don't know, man. It's crazy.
We don't read it anyway.
I know.
What does it matter? No.
And that the best books be those hardback, dusty, 1,000+ page, dense, hard to understand.
No pictures.
It's gonna have that. Even it's gonna be even written in a like little print and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you just gonna have to struggle through it. But when you struggle through it,
wait a minute, what was that last one say? When your brother Dame Dash shows up, what?
And when you
The next
struggle
was-
through it,
I think
Dame Dash shows up to keep the fundraiser Poppington. I don't know. He's been having a bunch of ads. He's got stuff that he's doing right now, so he's making a lot of like ads. If that makes any sense, people don't really understand. Everything is a fucking ad, So
you hear about him starting a football league.
I heard him saying something. He said he wanted to buy one. They wouldn't let him buy one. That's the clip I saw.
Well, no, he tried before. They, but he's like, does that, that's not supposed to stop him. He's like he's creating his own. Like I think he said something about starting an arena of football. And we gotta support some. We gotta really kind of try to support this whole thing, just like the big three with Cube. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta support it, just like we support all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Or more than we support the other stuff. But
yeah, I think so too. I think why isn't there like a black NFL or a black NBA?
I mean, but when you really look at it, the NFL is black.
That's what
it's
I'm saying.
It's controlled by others, but I mean, when
There's
we realize that the players like is what really makes the game, and somebody will find a reason not to support it or talk down on it.
And that's why I really don't like that shit. I used to be into it. I still play Madden, but I realized that shit is like modern day slavery, because there's plantations, and it's like there ain't one black NFL owner, right? Is there one?
No, they barely have a coach. Oh, they barely try to keep black coaches. I mean, quarterbacks.
So you mean to tell me there ain't no black person in the United States that's qualified and has the resources to own and manage a team? You know what I'm saying,
bro?
That's what you're telling me. There's nobody qualified. Nobody got the money. They all broke. They're all broke and lazy, and they're not organized enough.
Because I mean, at least in the NBA, they have a few. You know what I'm saying? Like, the NBA, I think is, maybe they have their politics as well, but it's not like NFL. This dude crazy, bro.
Yeah, he's funny. He blew it up. That nigga got rich. Yeah, man, the NFL is racist as fuck. That's why they try to hide that shit. What the hell is this? There's no sound. We got to read some comments on this. Yemen's Houthis say they launched attack on Saudi energy facilities, and the Saudi-led coalition said oil giant Aramco's petroleum products distribution station in Jeddah was hit, causing a fire in 2 storage tanks, but no casualties. A huge plume of black smoke could be seen rising over the Red Sea city where Saudi Arabian Grand Prix is taking place this weekend, an eyewitness said. I'm sorry for chopping the shit out of that, y'all, but I'm not reading it again. Saudi Arabia, they're our buddies. You know what I'm saying? They good. They good. I saw a clip where this dude was like, he had a bunch of these kind of birds. It was like exotic birds, like big old birds, and he bought them all first class tickets on the damn airplane. That's the kind of shit they be doing over there, Saudi Arabia.
I don't know what I just saw. Keep it moving.
It's the randomness of the internet, man. They should have get them African kids. They should be rich as hell just off of all the damn. There's so many memes they're using them dancing. Send that money over there to them people, to the kids' family or something. Oh, y'all making money off of that shit.
Man, the people got money.
Mobile radiation. Let's hear.
За то, что она автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод. Сегодня не так давно отменили и детского писателя Джоан Роулинг за то, что она автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод. Сегодня пытаются отменить целую тысячелетнюю страну, наш народ. Говорю о прогрессирующей дискриминации всего, что связано с Россией, которая об этой тенденции, которая разворачивается в ряде западных государств. И при полном попустительстве, а иногда и при поощрении правящих элит. Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Из концертных афиш вымарывают Чайковского, Шостаковича, Рахманинова. Также запрещаются и русские писатели, и их книги. В последний раз такую массовую кампанию по уничтожению неугодной литературы почти 90 лет назад проводили нацисты в Германии. Не так давно отменили...
He says they recently canceled children's author J.K. Rowling, whose books were published all over the world. But her views didn't satisfy the so-called gender freedoms. Today, they're trying to cancel our whole country, our people. I'm talking about progression, discrimination, everything has to go with Russia. This trend is unfolding in a number of Western states, sometimes with encouragement of the ruling elites. The cancel culture has canceled the culture itself. They're now removing Tchaikovsky, Skolsky, Romanov, and concert Russian writers' books are also being canceled. Can't pronounce it. Last time a similar program of mass destruction of literature was conducted by Nazi Germany almost 90 years ago.
See, he hits some heartstrings with me on that. Because I feel like that's like one of the biggest things that's going to really affect us as a people. Because us accepting things, and not only just us accepting things, but to teach and push it to another generation to where them to really see the world as, in a natural form. Like, this is all constructed. It's, like a psychological operation to pretty much disturb what's really natural, what's really real.
The truth is a hard pill to swallow when you've been getting lied to your whole life. And then also you don't want to look at yourself as being a part of, everybody wants to say we're the good guys. And that's a problem too. I saw a video talking about that recently, and it's like, as soon as they start saying, oh, they're the bad guys. So, well, it's like, wait a minute, hold on. So like, everybody's a bad guy to somebody. You know what I'm saying? So we get to determine who's the bad guys and the good guys. So the thing is, we like to see ourselves as the good guys, and we don't.
I am the fucking good guy.
And we don't want to accept history that goes against that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
you speaking in a whole, like,
United States citizens. Yeah, we don't want to accept those. Like the Filipino Wars is a good example. That's a history. It's ugly. It was a genocide. It was a freaking ethnic cleansing. It's embarrassing. And it's like we did that.
Well, I'm very careful about how I include myself into certain things because
when I say we, I mean United States. You know,
yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, you get what I mean. And not everybody's included. There's people who fought against this stuff happening, you know, and then but you got the powers that be push this shit through, and this is what happens time and time again. That's the damn pattern. That the will of the people end up not being what happens. The will of the damn corporations. So let's move on to the Banana Wars. Did you watch any of that clip?
A couple times.
Man, that fucking video right there. It's too long for me to play it. I think I'm going to read some comments underneath that video. That's what I'm going to do.
You're going to do what?
I think I'm going to read the comments under that video. It's too long to play that video, and it's kind of dry.
But, you know, they talk about the Banana Wars. I mean, but if you understand geography and... I'm going to play the end of it. Go ahead. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, if you understand some of the other things that's happening in that same part of the world,
it's all connected.
It's more than just bananas or just and the reason why we'll say we involve ourselves into certain things, and especially when you talk about that Panama Canal, just to kind of give a little, like what you're gonna. Well, because you say you're just gonna read some of the comments, right?
Well, I think I'm gonna play a part of the second half of the video because I think at the end he sums up the whole thing in a short amount of time. I think he sums up a good amount of it here at the end. Let me see. Let's see. It goes a note right up in here. He's done here. He has a good summary. So let's go back about a couple minutes.
Machine guns and cannon that they have to back them up. Costa Rica finally occupied to satisfy the Panamanian nationalists, knowing full well that the U.S. wouldn't allow it. The presence of U.S. forces was also a convenient excuse for Acosta to withdraw Costa Rican troops from Panamanian territory. In June, Panama sent diplomat Narciso Garay to Washington to plead their case. They were disappointed in the lack of support from their protector and asked that the Cotto decision of 1914 be reconsidered in Panama's favor. The U.S. refused, so Garay wrote a lengthy letter of protest. The acts carried out by the government of Costa Rica under the protection of the United States will be impotent to kill or weaken Panama's right to continue to occupy Panamanian territory. The Cotto judgment only proves that in the present state of the world, force still governs relations between the two countries, and that the rights of the people are only valid in direct proportion to the rifles, machine guns, and cannon that they have to back them up.
Damn.
Costa Rica finally occupied Cotto peacefully in September 1921. The Cotto War and the other conflicts in the Banana Wars period had a profound effect on the states and peoples of Central America. U.S. interventions would cause long-lasting political, economic, and social issues. But were the Banana Wars really about bananas? Well, the answer is a bit complicated. Fruit and other companies certainly played a role, and contemporaries often assumed that they had a hand in the U.S. interventions. One observer wrote of the Cotto War, "The United States intervened, whether in compliance with her protective treaty obligations towards Panama, or to protect the United Fruit Company's extensive plantations near Bocas, it is not possible to say."
I could say.
In fact, the U.S. government and United Fruit were often at odds in Central America. U.S. senators from both parties tried to introduce taxes and antitrust laws to slow United Fruit's
controlled
growth.
Opposition.
And the company's deals with local governments were often at odds with Washington's dollar diplomacy.
That's the bullshit that they feed.
Some historians have argued that U.S. financial domination of Central America was not just about money, but about keeping other powers out of the region in accordance with the Monroe Doctrine. According to this argument, many Central American states owed money to European powers who might be tempted to intervene in the case of political instability or collapse.
I don't know enough.
U.S. hegemony, therefore, could be maintained by financial and economic domination.
Yeah, I can't
But
argue
for
with that
two-time
one.
Medal of Honor recipient and Banana Wars
Wait a
veteran
minute, pause
Smedley
it.
Butler,
What
the
up?
wars were about money.
Wait.
Butler became disillusioned with the U.S. role in the region and went on a speaking tour of the country.
This guy was the
He
guy.
later summed up his feelings this way.
He was a soldier.
I spent 33 years being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street, and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers in 1909 to 1912. I helped make Mexico, and especially Tampico, safe for American oil interests in 1916. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenue in.
Yeah.
I helped in the rape of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. In 1921, though, these debates...
Okay.
The part you don't agree with, you said you.
I said I can't argue with it. Yeah, no, I said I couldn't argue with it, and I was gonna say, I don't know enough about that to be able to, because that's some deep ass shit. I was learning about IMF. That shit goes so heavy, it's complex.
Well,
They come in and give these loans. Go ahead.
Well, no, you finish your point, because I just want to bring up something, but finish.
No, I was saying that it's complex how that works when they come in and they give you these loans. So then they have you contractually bound to this shit, and you be owing them money, and that's be another way that they like conquer you, if you will. And it's really hard to dodge that and get out of that, because it's real sneaky. But
yeah, my biggest thing, I because they for a long time crippled these different countries in South America, Central America, to where, like, because honestly, South America is much richer than North America, in my opinion. But because of the structure that their need for maybe a loan, or some industrial, because we led the Industrial Revolution. We had things that would have helped them out if we would have been good neighbors, to where they could have actually been much more powerful than North America. I think that in a lot of cases, they know that, and that's why they always find a way to suppress the income, because like he said, he mentioned the taxes, the tariffs, probably even interest rates for their help. Because if you really go through the history of even how the Panama Canal come to be, that it had a lot of failures, and that's because it didn't have the support like other countries might get. There's a lot of countries around the world that, based on your idealism, because these are people that want to stand by themselves, stand for themselves, just need a little help, to get it going, and they can actually work together. But for whatever reason,
well, it's real simple. The Panama Canal was good for everybody, for world trade. All the countries around the world benefit from it. But see, they didn't want those local people to be able to benefit from such a important ass thing, and they also didn't want it to be possibly end up being in control of somebody that's not friendly to Western powers. So that's why they did what they did.
Yeah, well, and being friendly is one of those I guess subjective terms, because if you're not doing exactly what they want, that's not being friendly.
Exactly.
That's
period. On their terms and everything.
Yeah.
And people be like, Bro, I'm not for that, dog. This a shitty deal. Well, we could send some missiles up your ass.
Yeah. Oh, and that was, bro, that was so key. They talking about, because I mean that's how they control their friendships. The guns, the the firepower, the manpower, things that they can just have in there in a few hours. And
But what I want people to really understand about this Banana Wars video, and y'all should go check it out, is that it was the U.S. military fighting on behalf of private corporations. This wasn't no like approved war type thing. You know what I'm saying?
That shit
But I mean,
still
but
happens today. That's just like
Yeah, it still happens today, and they like to call private contractors. They call them private contractors, but those are U.S. military personnel.
Well, but that's the thing. But when like here in North America, when the corporation is the one who spends the dollar, they're the ones who control the military. They're the ones who are funding the military. And so really they own the military. If you really ask me, that's what makes them move, is what the corporations say.
Yeah.
Yep, they do that shit here now. It's just, the shit with Afghanistan, even going into Iraq, you know what I'm saying? Even that war that started when they were attacking, what was that? Oh my God, I watched that video where they faked it and said that in the Gulf.
The Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, the Gulf of Tonkin. They've been doing that for years, bro, and that's just like with this deal that's going on right now in Ukraine, man. The U.S. The only reason the U.S. has an involvement in it is because there's, they have motives behind it. There's a game for it. There's a game to it. So they keep pushing this narrative. You know what I'm saying? And it's almost like that. They're in a way. If you don't read through the media's bullshit, they're basically preparing American citizens for a war. They're getting you trained like we're already at war, and that's the way that they're talking, and the way with like the shit that how you say her name, Kamala Harris said, with your friend, you help your friend. Come on, man. But you also tell your friend when they fucking up. If you're a true friend, you don't let your friend do some sabotatory type of shit. If they're sabotaging, what I'm saying, who they are, their being, and what they stand for, you don't stand by and let your friend do that. You know what I'm saying?
She was being so condescending.
Yeah, man, and that's all that they're doing, bro. And then they're tugging at the hearts of Americans. You know what I'm saying? But the same. It's just a simple example, bro. Today I was stuck in traffic. Well, tonight I was stuck in traffic for over 3 hours in Arkansas on Interstate 30. There was a fatality accident. Driver rolled this truck over in construction, ended up down underneath the bridge. Okay. The rhetoric that I heard on the CB radio when people found out, okay, it was a fatality accident, truck driver. Oh, he must be one of them old newbie drivers. Dumbass don't know how to drive. But these are the same motherfuckers that's saying that Putin should be beheaded because of what they're doing in Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's so stupid to me. They'll listen to what Fox is putting out there to them, and Putin is this bad person. But look at what y'all doing over here in your own country. This man has lost his life. His family, wife, children, mother, father, sisters, brothers will never get to see him again. And he died away from home, probably died 1,300 miles away from home. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sad.
It's the, and that's why, like, honestly, bro, I hate to make this thing a racial thing. I know we're on this platform.
It's hard not to.
I don't.
It's hard not to.
It's hard.
It's
and that's why I don't listen to these white boys, bro, because these white boys, they the same motherfuckers that say Putin need to be beheaded. You know what I'm saying? And look at all of these women and children that are dying over there. But motherfucker, every corner you turn in any major city within the United States, there's a child standing on the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Well-
That's not getting the proper treatment. That's being, there's a child that when they leave school, they have nothing else to eat. They're going home probably to being molested and beaten for no reason, just because their mother or their father has a mental issue, or their mother doesn't like them because they look like they daddy. Like we
Yeah.
have our own issues over here. That's why I say, bro, and it's like they're so, if you sit back and listen to them, bro, they'll show you and tell you how ignorant and how uneducated they are.
Well, I mean, but that's one of the things. Like, we got to really give them a chance, because a lot of them are hypnotized by the mainstream media as well. So, I mean, I've seen for myself that they're more sympathetic to it when they understand better. When
Right.
because a lot of it is just we've all been tricked in this system. It's just that some of us happen to get a glimpse of the light before others. So you're probably right, to some extent, but at the same time, it's you have to question how much do they really know, how much
Do they
how much
understand?
how much of it do they really understand? Exactly.
And I gotta agree with you, Pat, but I'm gonna back up Deuce a bit, because it's also this white supremacy reinforcement of ignorance. It's like this willful ignorance. It's kind of like, the blue pill. It's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? But this encompassing whiteness, everybody takes it on. People around different cultures take this on. It's like what we were saying before, how like you got to let go of your culture, your actual culture, to take on this whiteness. You know what I'm saying? And this whiteness just washes away all of your culture. But you have to go with this certain point of view, right? This American United States point of view, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And it's this surface level, enjoy sports, not really concerned with everything is actually really good. Just work hard. You know what I'm saying? Way of looking at things. Like everybody that's complaining is just complaining. You live in the greatest country in the world. You have all the best opportunities that you could possibly have. Stop crying.
Yeah.
And that don't matter what color you are, but it's a reinforcing of whiteness, though, because of that whiteness as far as the blanket culture erasure.
Well, Putin's the stuff that was reading about what Putin said is like it's becoming a point to where like I think in his terms he said that the cancel culture is canceling the culture.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that's big, bro. Like, just when you're really able to look at it, like especially when you've identified it already, it's like you hear somebody say that, it's like, bro, it's so true, because
they can't talk like that here in the United States, or they're gonna get censored.
Like, I'm surprised that they even allowed that to be shown on Facebook. Like, on Instagram, wherever that was that we saw it, because they censor so much. Like, they really don't want. Like, they're trying to keep us.
Somebody probably translated it. It was he be doing speeches all the time, but it's in Russian. So, and then the thing is with the translations, like we were saying before, how much can you really trust the translations if you don't speak Russian? But I'm trusting the translations. I think it was good, and I think that's what it is. I think that's we're not gonna and the Western media is not gonna play it. So somebody pulled a clip of his speech and just translated it and made it into a little video. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's nefarious at all. It sounds like Putin. And if y'all listen to him more often,
it goes right down the alley of things he's been speaking of, or the way he speaks. It sounds like him, and that's why I guess I trust him. But because I try to take myself outside of the bubble. I have to live inside of this bubble, but at the same time, we're a lot of us are living up in the world, but not necessarily of it to some extent. And I had to take myself out to really not get totally encapsulated in the BS because it's hypnotizing.
It does, and it'll get anybody, and you get stuck because you'll be like, no, I can't listen to Putin at all. You know, I'm a Russian. You're a Russian sympathizer. Like, so I can't even just listen to this man speak. It don't matter how I feel about him. If I like him or don't like him, so I can't listen to what the words he say. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. My bad.
But no, you good. But that's one of the main things that we do here in America is the shame, because what's his name? Kevin Samuels. He uses this thing, sign language, and we all, not we all, as individuals, but like in America, the sign language is shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right. That's what the sign stands for. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. And it's not, because he's speaking mostly on like relationships and things like that. But
that'll fit right perfectly into the white supremacy or white inferiority, and the reason why they be burning books and shit.
Yeah. And I mean, they try to. I mean, they've controlling the narrative, and it really upsets them when you stepped outside of that, and you can actually, pinpoint. You can almost like pretty much prove that what they're saying, is wrong, or just to give them a glimpse of how it doesn't really make sense. And yeah, they get upset with you, and they try to call you names.
And I think that trying to understand it on an emotional level like that, from that same point of view of Kevin Samuels, is a really good way of understanding it, because it's a very emotional thing. You know what I'm saying? And also, I mean, I don't want to alienate the audience. I know a lot of our audiences, we get people all across the spectrum on both sides. I don't want to alienate anybody, but it seems like, there's a love-hate relationship with Black people in America, United States. You know what I'm saying? They love them, but they hate them. So they hate they hate to love them. And it's like, it's so weird. And then there's like a sexual fetish that's tied to that. You know what I'm saying? Like the rough sex with the Black girl, porn videos and shit like that. Like what I'm trying to say is like,
want the mandingo.
Same thing, flipped. Yeah. And they have sex tourism. I wrote a paper about this because I was reading some books, and it still happens today. They use the Caribbean to do sex tourism, where they go, on a trip, and they, pretty much gonna pay to have sex with someone. You know what I'm saying? They, whatever they like, and this is all over the spectrum and all over the age ranges too. Every way you can think of it. Because but they've set up this system that allows them to do this. It's another way that they exploit the Caribbean. So, but what I'm saying is, though, this is a part of the whole thing. It's like a sexual part of this. There's a fetish, love, hate, emotional thing related to it. There was this guy who he was a cop. I think he was a cop, and it was a white guy. And he beat up Black guys. I want to say. I don't want to say the wrong story. I hard on Black people, but then he got caught. He got caught off duty with a transgender Black dude. You know what I'm saying? He got in trouble for the shit. So this is what it is. I think like it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing and sad. But I think that there's an aspect there, because like go back to slavery, and you bought your slave for many different reasons. So buying a slave for sexual reasons wasn't uncommon.
No, I mean there was some that specifically bought them just mainly for that. And don't let her have been attracted to one of your other slaves or whatever. She gonna get beat.
And it went the other way too. It was women buying men for sexual reasons.
Well, yeah, I mean,
this was not uncommon. This was very common. And then after slavery was over, when it was doing the lynchings and shit, it was always like fucking up the genitals and cutting off the genitals and burning them and taking them as souvenirs and shit. Slitting the nuts.
Yeah.
Try not to be too controversial. Maybe we need to change the subject. We're probably losing half the audience.
Well, I think we can move forward because I mean, regardless, I mean that's truths that we all know, most of us do. But I think that when we're really talking about the movement of like how this government has been moving, the things that they're doing that really is still in the culture from the future. Like, I mean, because we had great culture and it's just a constant, like a slow movement of taking everything from its natural form into something that's, constructed. I mean, I think AI can be good for certain things, but I mean, when you're removing people from, from jobs and, having, being able to provide for themselves, making the, trying to take us into a place where we have a state that we have to depend on 100% is not humanity. That's not, you don't give people the real capacity to do for self, that really you're robbing from them something much more than just a job. You're stealing their dignity. You're stealing, the pattern of growth, like, giving somebody something to live for, or to, because I mean, you're stealing creative ideals, or not, allowing people to flourish. Like, you're robbing of much more than just.
And that's what I be saying. The saddest thing ever is like Nikola Tesla. Like, there's a Nikola Tesla, and he's living in the projects, and he's a little black kid. His dad's not there. His, he don't have no community centers. His school is trash. Everybody is telling him he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? And what's gonna happen to that little kid? He's gonna go to be dead or in jail. You know what I'm saying? Homeless, mentally ill, all fucked up. The system
they're gonna direct him into college, where they're gonna like really funnel his creativity out of him to give him the structure in which you be obedient and you depend on what we can provide for you, instead of saying, you know what, you don't belong here. You're too advanced. Like, you need to be somewhere putting all these ideas together. You know what? Let me put you with this guy because he can help you grow these ideas that you have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if you really look at it, like nowadays, like Apple, was Tesla and all. They unless it's like really into the really specifics of the design, that you might be a college graduate, but they're not even like some of these companies. Very few of them are realizing that the most creative people haven't gone through that, that whole college setting. You're already like, you have something that shouldn't be conformed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't really argue with like what you're saying about conformity and like making them into boxes and shit. But also, at being an academic, I gotta defend the academics. Cause
no, you don't. No, you don't.
I have to, because I go to school, so I got to defend it.
But we're talking about the creative minds. We're not talking about like the ones who actually brings nothing to something. Those who are, because see, you're using things that like that, like some things need the structure. So I'm not taking away from those people who do go to school. I'm not taking anything from them. But for those people who do have those creative minds, that college ruins them. Those are the people I'm talking about.
Most of those people don't even maintain and stay in college, man. They go in there and they get exactly what they need out of it, and they leave, bro. Like, you look at some of the most successful people, in the world. Like, yeah, they may have went to school for a couple of semesters or something like that, but they don't have a college degree behind them, bro. Like, it was a hindrance to them. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, college is a great thing. I feel like if you want to go and you want to use it to further your education, then great. But, I feel like, you have so many people out here, man, that have so many great ideas that are innovators that, what does a college degree really do for them? You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I have to argue. I have to argue
you
because
have places like SpaceX.
Don't make it personal.
I have to, because I'm personally.
Let me say this here. Look
Go
at
ahead.
SpaceX, which is owned by Elon Musk, the same guy who owns Tesla. You go out there to his facility. I've been out there since I've been in the cryogenic world. I've been out there, and it's diverse. You know what I'm saying? And just through me being who I am, kind of talkative, just talking to these different guys out here, bro. These engineers that are out here, like, majority of them don't even have a full-on degree. You know what I'm saying? They may have went through a certificate program, and now they're working for Elon Musk at SpaceX, building space engines and working on them and designing them and testing them. You know what I'm saying? To go to space. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these guys don't have, the ones that you see walking around that may have the college degrees are the ones that are doctors in physics. You know what I'm saying? But and the thing I love about it is so diverse. It's not just like one race out there. You got blacks, you got whites, you got everybody, and majority of these women and men.
A bunch of Asians, like East Asians.
I think the most creative people end up being like independent contractors anyways. They end up being small time like specialists, like in making a shit ton of money quietly. You know what I'm saying? But I have to push back on it because, like, personally, I'm struggling with the idea of the value of the degree anyways. You know what I mean? So I've been fighting with that this semester. Well, for a couple semesters. And I've been thinking about it really heavily. And but what I can say is that, we get to choose which classes we get. There's a lot of freedom in the classes that we get to choose, and in the universities and colleges, some of the classes are going to be very like, what y'all are saying, very conforming. But there's going to always be some classes that aren't. You know what I'm saying? And being the guy that I am, I seek out and search out for those classes that are on the edge and have to talk about stuff that's the truth. And that's the reason why my major is anthropology, because in those classes, we talk about stuff that they don't talk about in no other classes.
Yeah.
None of them.
My thing here is that because there's a bunch of us that need some conforming, need to go through certain classes to go through they go through the ring of fire. But there's some that I'm mostly speaking of that has the creative minds that, maybe they can take a couple of classes for business to, be able to structure the business part of it. But as far as, using their creativity for what, their God-given talents, a lot of times I think that's because we push that down people's throats that is for everybody. We ruin a bunch of people. That's my only that's my only thing on it. It has nothing, like, I'm not taking away from people who spend 12 years or they got a master PhD. What I'm saying, like like for some of those people, that's their route. That's
Well, look at how many people that actually go to school, right? look at how many people that actually go. Like my coworker of mine, me and him was sitting there talking. Right, his son went to University of Texas in Austin, was out of there in 2 years, and he's doing great for himself. This dude, his son, became a millionaire pretty much in the field that he's doing, and then now his other son has been going to the University of Texas, Kingsville, down in the valley where they live at, and he's been there 6 years. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, at the end of the day, he was like, he made the comment to me the other morning when we were sitting there waiting on our trailers. He was like, dude, my son was just so talented
Yeah, I heard him
in so many
snoring.
other areas.
You want to check on him?
You know what I'm saying? He was so talented in so many other areas. He's great in animation and all of these different things. And he was like, I think he just went to college
Yeah, I was
just to
thinking
say
about
he
that.
did something. You know what I'm saying? Because it didn't really help him.
I don't know what the hell they was doing. Shit.
Like, and now he's going to school to be a teacher.
Huh?
I mean, I don't
No.
know. I don't know if that's a great point, but it's just.
No, it is, because I mean that sounds like one of those kids that had a lot of potential, but because of the things that they're being taught, or what's the term? Because conformity is one thing, but when you're totally being reprogrammed, that's the part that I think where there's a big problem. Because I mean, there's gifts that we came in with that we don't utilize because we got, we don't really have anything that allows you to grow that. If you think that, the university has all the answers, I mean, we're not really being open-minded to just natural gifts. Like, I mean, we're following along with this same program that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But it's not that the university has all the answers. It's that you can go there and find some answers.
Yeah, you can and you cannot. I mean, you could choose to do otherwise. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, I can speak from this viewpoint because I was one of those that was told, that, hey, you should go to college and do this, go to, I went to school for nursing. You know what I'm saying? I went to school, I found out, when I got there, that's not for me. Okay. And I go to school for architecture. Okay. That's more my wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I have a natural gift for it. Artists, drawing and this, that, and the other. But because of life and all of the, different things that different directions that I've been pushed to, and when I finally decide to think for myself, then, that's when I can actually grow. So, I mean, sometimes you need to allow people to think for themselves instead of to have people to put all of the ideas in you, which really just destroys the pureness of it all.
I think different, bro. I think that I think we missing a lot because, like, it was a guy, he said you understand the world in the words that you have, like the number of words, some shit like that. He was saying, like, like the number of words that that's how you understand the world, because you interpret the world by the words that you know. You know what I'm saying? The words that you really know, the ones that you can define, that you understand. You know what I'm saying?
But see, I think that whether you know the words or not, or the definition, that you'll live it, whether you know how to describe it or not. If you have the perfect word for it or not. But I guess my biggest question to you is you believe that colleges and universities for everybody?
No, it's not. We've had this conversation. I love vocational schools, trade schools.
I love. But that's included. Those are colleges. The trade schools, those are colleges.
Well,
but does it make you truly know the world by knowing all of these words and definitions? Because
No,
I know,
but it helps
I
you
know that there's a lot of
interpret the
shit.
world.
I know that there's a lot of words that I don't know. There's a lot of things that I don't know. But one thing that I can say that I have a gift of is, you know, things that I'm interested in, people that I feel that has sense, common sense. They're not only that they have a bit of education, but they're down to earth people I've listened to over the years. And that's how I have learned a lot of the things that I know. That's how, you know, I've seen situations where you have this smart guy, this guy that knows everything that they're talking about in the conversation, and they're just totally ignoring him. And then I come up just this regular guy, you know, and to come and just have like this amazing conversation with these people and wind up staying somewhere longer than what I ever intended to. You know, I just, you know,
And I
don't
agree
know.
I'm gonna
that
tell you.
conversation is the best way for people to learn. But look, let me give y'all this. Sometimes we're sitting in a classroom and we're in a classroom with a bunch of different random ass people, and we end up having conversations. And I've learned a lot in those rooms, and it didn't have nothing to do with the curriculum in the class. It was the circumstance of the group of people that was there and their combined knowledge on whatever topic.
And I'm gonna tell you like this here, me personally, like when you first told me like what you were going to school for, but me knowing you pretty much my entire life, you know, like I said to myself, like, my brother don't need to go to school for that shit. Like that's him all day long. You know what I'm saying? And it sucks that society and different organizations want to see you have a piece of paper that don't. I think to be a philanthropist, I think to be, you know, a advocate and all of these things, you have to be a person of humanity. You have to understand life. You have to understand people. You have to genuinely be a good person. You can't be some shitty person. I don't need an education for that. We were born innately knowing how to do these things.
I have to
You know what I'm
argue,
saying?
and there's truth to what you're saying. But when you learn, like, there's things that they
Did
call
the people that built the pyramids go to college?
yes.
Are you certain?
I'm 100%.
Or did they experience?
What the
like,
hell is the Masons?
Did they,
Y'all don't know what the Masons are? That's a fucking university. Goddamn college. Y'all supposed to know that. You supposed to know that. You got the symbol on you. You
Well, I'm
supposed
just
to.
saying.
But
I'm
trying to speak to you. But
they absolutely did. They absolutely did go to universities. It wasn't like the fucking University of Houston.
That's not true.
But
That's
they
not
yes,
true.
they did. They all did. They
Not-
had to
not
be
all of
trained.
them.
You're
No.
not born knowing how to make a fucking perfect ass Mason.
Bro, you
rock.
you can acquire knowledge outside of the university.
They teach you this stuff. It has to be
You
learned
learn, but that's
over years.
You're missing it. Obviously, you've missed all of it. Because I'm not saying don't learn. That's not what I'm telling you. But we all have to learn. We're going through a learning process. I'm learning something from you right now. But at the same time, it's ways of doing it, and you can hinder somebody's growth if it's not nurtured in the right way.
I don't disagree with that. It's just that what y'all don't understand is that you could take a class and they'll teach you about these cultures from all over the world, some stuff you will never see nowhere else. And this perspectives that you get from these cultures around the world is going to make you reevaluate yourself and your own culture, and it's going to help you to see it. But you won't ever get that without being able to see those other cultures and really dig through them, how their language works, you know, how they bury people, how they deal with the same stuff that we go through, but how they do it. And they've got different cultures around the world. And as Americans, as United States citizens, We're the most fucking ignorant motherfuckers out here when it comes to other people's cultures. We think we have the right way to do it. But the only way and the best way.
But the way we've been doing it, we've been losing our culture. And if you don't see that, because like I said, maybe the majority of us, at least half of us, probably should go through schooling, like actual like college and universities or whatever.
And I'm saying everything ain't for everybody.
Exactly.
I say that all the time.
Because
everything ain't for everybody.
Some people have a different level of observation to where they can learn different things by being in the room.
That's true. And see, but the thing is, we in the United States, we've gone to this culture where we have this disdain for academics. Like, it's crazy to me.
But there's no disdain, because I think you're not separating it. You're the one that's being very linear about the idea of everything that I just said, because I do not despise colleges and universities. I just think that there's some people who are above it from just naturally.
Okay, well, I would argue with that. My argument with that would be that
that's fine. I mean, you can argue with it, but listen, it doesn't make it any different.
I think everybody can get some value from some college courses, bro. Every single person on the planet.
Okay, everybody. That's fine. I mean, that's
college, university, whatever. But again, what you were saying before, it's education takes time. You build upon the knowledge. Those people didn't wake up being able to build the fucking pyramids. That shit was taught over time. You got to get educated that shit. You went to a class every day for some odd number of hours for years, and then you had developed the skill to be able to do this thing.
The person who constructed, like actually did the plans for it, may have went through some deep dive instructional type lessons, but the people who actually put their hands on the rocks and did measurements and this, that, and the other, it was just like, hey, look, we're doing this, blah blah blah. Oh, okay. And they say, bro, I've seen.
But they had to know stuff too. That sounds like a modern day construction site, right? You got an architect, you got a foreman, you got the boots on the ground.
But the people who did the building are the same people who did the design, and so the actual builders understood something that went a long way, and it was still
and those people had to go to a damn university to know that shit, to know that fucking math.
I worked on several construction sites. Yeah, you have engineers, you have all of these people that are in power, right? That are managers and this and this and that. Them motherfuckers, they come out there and they tell you what to do. And the people that are actually doing the work on construction sites do not have degrees, bro. I can tell you that. I worked on construction sites, whether it have been the oil field, construction, highway construction, you know what I'm saying? Building construction, housing construction. Them dudes that's up there putting a roof on a brand new house, they ain't got no fucking degree. Them dudes that's putting walls up and running electrical, you know what I'm saying, through the studs and shit like that. They don't have no fucking degrees, bro. None whatsoever.
Let's bring it back simple.
I bet you they went through an intensive training program.
All right, Chaka, what's the root to university? What's the root word to university? Where does that word even come from?
I don't know.
The universe.
Okay.
That's the biggest teacher, is our universe, the world.
I don't disagree with that.
And it doesn't take you sitting in some class for an hour, every week, or however many times you go. No, you learn how you learn. That's just the way it is. Sometimes it's more hands-on. Some people learn more so looking at a book and reading, and little piece by piece.
And everything ain't for everybody. I keep saying that.
Okay,
but you're making the argument that there's no value in going to sitting in a classroom. I'm saying there's no way you did anything without sitting in a classroom. You just said that. You said you don't have to sit in a classroom for 8 hours.
You can you can rewind it back later and listen to what I
Nah, he didn't say that. I'm listening, bro. He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Because I've said it a couple of times. It's like there is value in it for some people, but I was mostly speaking about a specific type of person that has a gift that can be weakened by school.
I think any spirit can, because of the way that we have these corporations and the way the universities are today. They are corporations, they're businesses, they're just trying to make a profit. They're moving through fucking cattle, they're moving through product, they're just making money. The students are just not even clients, they're consumers. So they're just selling them a product. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's true. And it happens already before you even go to college, though, that argument. When them trying to square your circle, like they're boxing your intelligence. You know what I'm saying? They start doing that in elementary school.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, I really believe that there's some people who have received downloads straight from the universe that just puts them in the same position as somebody who has all the schooling and even 10 or 20 years of experience in a certain job.
The most it's known the people who the self-learned people are always the ones that produce that overproduce, because they had their own they wasn't reading the book because the teacher told them, the professor told them to read the book. They did their research on their own. But see, that's the same. It's the same thing, though. It's the same thing. It's going through the process of educating yourself. And you to do that, you need to learn about cultures around the world. You need to learn about histories around the world. You need to learn about geographies around the world. You need to learn about languages. The more you learn about all that stuff, is the more you're learning about the language. I mean, the universe.
But you're going off of the point. Like you're trying to describe
biology, the sea, physics, astrophysics, microbiology, all that shit. You're not gonna learn that shit by sitting there and fucking meditating, bro. It's not gonna happen.
No, I mean, because your spirit hadn't reached those levels, but there are people that have.
Okay.
I mean, bro. I mean, whether you accept it or not,
let's say it's true. But let's say it's true. But let's say it's true. Then it's a small percentage of people.
But just think. But look, just think about this. I mean, even the person that has their own will to, like, somebody that's in the 5th grade that's just like, they're so interested in a certain thing to where before they can even get to college, they went to the library and they found a book on such and such, and they like put them in a whole nother mode to where they allow themselves a certain level of creativity to where it's not like a bunch of noise just coming at them from somebody who's like trying to force some kind of something on you that you're not ready for. But there's kids that's in the 5th grade that understands more about physics than you will ever know.
And I don't disagree with that. But I say read more books for everybody. Read more books.
Okay. But like that's what I'm saying. Like I think you just missed the whole point. I think you're like, I think if you go back and you listen to what the conversation,
I understood you.
I think you had, and it's fine. Like I know your intentions are to, you're here. it's meant to be here, but I think you might have missed what I said because you said you had to push back. You had to push back, but
because I feel like there's a disdain for academics.
But I don't. I believe in academics. I believe in it, but
science is a real thing.
My only point was that it hinders some people, and that was a specific type of person.
Okay. So the theme. Let's go back to the theme. The Banana Wars. Remember we was talking about, and
Yes.
At the end of that video, he played a quote from a guy who was like a general, and he said basically, "I was a pimp for the Wall Street."
And he did it in all those different little countries, bro. And I know he was hurt from it. He probably was ready to tear some shit up. When he realized all of his stuff went in vain, like all of his actions.
Well, no, I think he realized what he was doing before, because the guy was saying it in the video that even after he made those quotes, they called upon him and he did some more work, just the same kind of work. Let me read some comments. Right underneath this video, it says, U.S. involvement in Central America dated back to the first attempt to build the Panama Canal, and in accordance to the Monroe Doctrine, was expanded in the 20th century too. U.S. Marines took part in expeditions in Guatemala, Nicaragua, and U.S. naval power was a factor in many disputes like the Cotto War between Costa Rica and Panama. With the rise of the United Fruit Company, the U.S. domestic market also influenced decisions in the region. And that's a very watered down, soft ass way of saying that shit. Because I've done a pretty good amount of study in that area already. And that's why I brought this up, because I feel like a lot of people don't know about it. So, but if you just start going down the rabbit hole, you can start with Banana Wars and it'll take you down that rabbit hole. Let me read some more comments. It says, you left out the best part of Smedley Butler's quote at the end. Looking back on it, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was to operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on 3 continents.
Who is I?
I is the guy who the general that they already did a piece of his quote. This guy says this is the part of the quote that they left out. That's why I like to read the comments, but it's a lot of smart people out there. Let me read some more. It says, I appreciate this being covered, and it isn't a region mentioned much in discussion of this area. If possible, a summary of the Cristeiros War would be interesting. I'm from Brazil. I'm here. We had a very quick summary of these events at school. Always wanted to know more about it. Thank you. In my region of Brazil, we had the same issue with a woodcutter and paper Canadian company. They had mercenary army and even military aircraft for patrol. So she's basically saying that the same thing happened where she was at. Same type of deal with the military backing up a damn private company. Let me read some more comments. It says, man, so the U.S. has its version of the British East Indies Company. War is a Racket by Smedley Butler is the most important book for any recruit to read before signing up. I carried a copy around Iraq. So nice that our government hasn't changed at all when it comes to pointless proxy wars, helping horrible dictators or corrupt corporations. That's along the lines of what I'm trying to get at.
Our point, yeah.
It says, glad that the sponsor isn't Chiquita Banana.
Oh, damn.
These Central Americans war tastes differently than the wars in the other parts of the world 100 years ago. Bravo, Jesse, and TGW crew. 2 important issues were not mentioned in the Cotto War of 1920. The Costa Rica actually lost the entire province of Chiriquí and Bocas del Toro to Colombia starting in the 1830s. And this war sealed that loss, and the United Fruit needed access to Golfito Bay, a natural port, to export the new planned plantations in the Coto Plains. The following year, they started a new port of Amuelos, Rabo de Chanco. So, little tidbit information for the history buffs out there. Look, another comment. It says, United Fruit, you call that a hostile takeover? This is a hostile takeover. That's what it was. Ooh, Lord. Killed a whole bunch of people, too. Let me read another one. It says, Costa Rican here. Seeing this historical episode through foreign eyes was incredibly amusing. The Coto War was a farce from beginning to end. This bitter experience that even if you could win something militarily, it was useless because you needed direct sanctions from the U.S. to get anything done. Basically collapsed the popularity and trust on the Costa Rican army, which was already strained as a result of the coup on President Alfredo González Flores in 1917, the only coup Costa Rica had in the 20th century. The idea that having an army in the conditions was essentially pointless and expensive turned out to be terminal. The Costa Rican army was finally abolished 28 years later in 1949. What do y'all think? Y'all got comments?
No, not really. I'm just kind of listening. I'm observing because I'm trying to piece together some of these things I'm hearing. But no, I'm just kind of, believe me, I'll speak up.
Here's another one. Some of this has similarities with the plot in line with Frederick Forsyth's The Dog War. A powerful corporation hires mercenaries to stage a coup in a mineral-rich country to install a compliant government. However, in the novel, which was made into a film, the mercenaries have other ideals. I'll avoid spoilers, da-da-da-da-da. So it sounds like the same play. It should be noted that in those years, the main variety of bananas was Gros Michel, which was characterized by increased sugar and calories. It became extinct from the fungus in the 1960s. Today's Cavendish is not so nutritious and delicious. It is impossible for them to satisfy their hunger for a whole day like Gros Michel. Yeah, man, that's true. And
I can even say
that the strain of banana went extinct, and it's because of how fucked up they do shit. They have these damn plantations where they're growing all the same damn fruit, and it took this one bug to come through and kill the whole damn strand. They couldn't even they had to go and find another strand of banana. That other one is gone. It's extinct now.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, I can tell just from, when I was a kid to now that
those bananas were different.
Yeah,
they look different. They tasted different.
I don't enjoy them. Yeah, I don't enjoy them quite as much as I used to.
Yeah, they don't have as much flavor. Like it's like somebody our video I was watching. They said if you there's like a candy or something, and it's banana flavored candy, and if you taste it, it's like an old school candy. It tastes like how the bananas used to taste, the old school bananas. It was a stronger taste, and like they said, it was more nutritious, had more vitamins. Fucking that shit is gone. It went extinct. That's a result of kind of this shit right here we're talking about with the banana wars, because they set up those plantations, and they just grew that one banana, and them bugs got in there and wiped that shit out. They couldn't stop it.
Well, I mean, of course, I'm assuming that if the U.S. has anything to do with it, they've taken that same GMO technology over, down into South America, or even, other parts of the world. And, we're just getting, we're getting something, a physical byproduct of something that used to be, a good product, something that was good for us, nutritional and all, but just based on the technology that you're using just to have something to fill your stomach up with, it's not filling you up with nutrients. So
damn, bro, they fucking everything up. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, "Great video. As a Costa Rican, I can say this was very accurate. I like to add that back in the days, the United Fruit Company wasn't just simply another company. It fulfilled the role of the state itself. Roads, schools, public services, health, transportation, infrastructure, daily life, entertainment, security, food. As you mentioned it, workers got stamps or vouchers that they exchanged for goods from the company's run stores called commissariatos.
yeah, I think that's something that
Commissarito.
they mentioned earlier in the video that the viewers that's watching now didn't see. Y'all really should go back and see that video.
Watch that whole video. It's very informative.
Yeah, because I mean that was their way of being able to control. Because let's just say if they were getting dollars instead of giving them money that they could use in a universal fashion, for them to only spend money with them, they built stores where whatever pay they were giving them, they had a voucher that could only be used there. Like it's crazy, bro. Like
it's crazy. Don't that sound like sharecropping in the United States right after they ended slavery?
It's worse. I think it was worse because I mean, like you can't, like if you just like you got to go to, like that's the difference in you having a coupon for, you know, to go to Starbucks or a coupon that you can go to any.
They give you this gift card that only works at Davestow.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the gift. Like it's like Walmart. It's like if Walmart paid all their employees in Walmart gift cards that they could only use at Walmart.
Exactly. That's the equivalent.
That's fucking crazy. Let me keep reading. It says it was all in the hands of the company, around business indeed. They had huge acres of land in the Costa Rican Caribbean coast and the southern part of the country, and all the poor souls of the people living in those areas belonged to the company too. Up to this day, you hear people in those places referring to the United Fruit Company as UNA, which is bad pronunciation of the word united in rural Costa Rican Spanish. Oh shit. See, this is another thing right here. This guy here really touched on something, because we was talking about before how leaving a bad taste in the mouth of the people. The people remember this stuff. Like if you did something that killed my brother or my father or my mother, my sister, my son or my child, and it was a direct result of the shit you was doing, like I'm gonna remember that shit. Like, and you, like me and you, and when I say we as United States citizens, they don't distinguish us different. We are all United States citizens. So these people got a bad taste in their mouth for the United States, and that's us, regardless if we want to identify ourselves with them or not. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah,
I get it. But at the same time, you know, if you know, for those same people, because some of them try to come here to the U.S. and live amongst us, and if they're not able to compartmentalize and realize that we've gone through a lot of the same stuff, you know, some of these things might be a little more harsher, but at the same time, you know, we're not the ones in control of, like most of the people don't even know that this happened. Like I'm learning a lot of this stuff, like watching this video of, you know, how these things actually happen, because like I didn't know there was banana wars. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's why I brought it up.
You know what I'm saying? Like I can only even speak on it is because I saw this video previously. So, you know, when they come with a disdain for all of you know, United States citizens, or, you know, Americans, however you want to say it, you know, North Americans, because these are Americans too, you know, these are South Americans, but or Central Americans, however, you know, whatever part we're talking about. But for you to look at the general population the same way that you do the corporations that have the same kind of power over us, It's just that we, yes, we live in a different dynamic, but you can't exist in the same dynamic that we're living in. That's you're gonna find oppressive still. It might be slightly different than what you went through at home, but
I think that a good amount of them will probably, not that they're ignorant, it's just that they feel like we should be more aware and we should do more. The government represents us. We're supposed to have a democracy.
Yeah, but they come here and then they become aware of the dynamics in which we live under as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not gonna just know because too many, like most of us are in the survival, living in survival mode the same way. It's just like you said, I mean, it looks better, like some of us are a little more comfortable than maybe they were in some of their countries, but just to have that natural, hatred toward, citizens where we're not the ones in control of all of that. We're not making those decisions. That's my issue when it comes to that.
Yeah. Let me read one more comment from this. It says, "Thank you for doing these interesting pieces. Americans need to understand the history of this to understand our current foreign policies."
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, that's the reason why I've been going over this stuff, is to help people understand what's happening currently. So before we wrap it, I want to do one more. We're at 3 hours. We can hang out for a little while longer, but I want to cover one more thing. The Gulf of Tonkin, right? Because I don't think maybe I'll save the USS Maine for another day. But the Gulf of Tonkin led into the Spanish-American War. And that's ain't this right around the same time? That's the same time as the Banana Wars. Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of still has something to do with this one was South America, right? Central America, the Tonkin Wars.
Man, I'm confused now. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm confused because I be getting Spanish American War mixed up. I get these different. There's too many damn wars, bro. Hold on. Let me go. Can I get away with playing this? I don't even know if I can get away with playing this, y'all. Maybe we'll just read the comments. Let me see.
Gulf of Tonkin congressional resolution authorized President Lyndon Johnson to conduct military attacks in Vietnam. This was considered a blank check for American military intervention that was based on lies. The American destroyers USS Maddox and USS Turner Joy were not attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats, which was used to justify this resolution. This is now widely known, but since the Maddox had been fired upon 2 days earlier, some feel justified. However, few know that the U.S. Navy had been supporting armed attacks along the coast, and the Vietnamese were defending themselves. Events in the Gulf of Tonkin on the night of August 4th were debated for years, until the 2003 documentary Fog of War.
Yeah, I'm talking about Vietnam with this one, the Gulf of Tonkin. But it's so similar to the event that happened for the Spanish-American War. That's why my brain mixed them up. But it's like a very, very, very similar event happened. But this still covers what the idea, the theme. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the compelling theme is the lies.
Yeah. Because let's look at this. Look, because this video has a little flag under it. You see, that's what they do all the time. So they put a flag under it to balance out what was said in the video, and it's Encyclopedia Britannica. It says the Gulf of Tonkin incident was a complex naval event in the Gulf of Tonkin off the coast of Vietnam that was presented to the U.S. Congress on August 5, 1964, as two unprovoked attacks by North Vietnamese torpedo boats on the destroyer Maddox and Turner Joy of the U.S. 7th Fleet that led to the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. It said it was presented to the U.S. Okay, that sounds kind of like, when they talked about weapons of mass destruction. It was presented to the U.S. Congress that, hey.
But once it was presented to them, how did they,
Yeah.
What was your reaction?
Let me read a little bit more. This is the rebuttal to the video. Hold on, I can share this with y'all. Gulf of Tonkin incident, complex naval. Okay, I said that. The destroyers were sent to the area in 1964 in order to conduct reconnaissance and to intercept North Vietnamese communications in support of South Vietnamese war efforts. At this time, the Vietnamese Navy was undertaking a mission under the oversight of the U.S. Department of Defense to attack radar stations, bridges, and other such targets along North Vietnam's coast. On the night of July 31st, 1964, South Vietnamese commandos attacked North Vietnamese radar and military installations on Hon Mae or Hung Nhu Islands of Gulf of Tonkin. The Maddox on patrol in the area, but probably unaware of the raids had taken place, observed torpedo boats sent out in pursuit of South Vietnamese vessels and thus withdrew, but it returned on August 1st the following day. The Maddox found that it had been approached by 3 Vietnamese torpedo boats. The Maddox fired warning shots, but the torpedo boats continued to open fire in return. The Maddox called in air support from a nearby carrier, the Ticonderoga. In the ensuing firefight on the torpedo boats was badly damaged, but the Maddox escaped harm. So, let me just read a little bit more. It says the event led to the U.S. To believe that North Vietnam was targeting the intelligence gathering mission, and therefore the Turner Joy was sent to reinforce the Maddox. From the point of view of the Maddox, the attack had been unprovoked, though North Vietnam was under the impression that the Maddox had been involved in the raids on Hon Mae, Hung Nhu Islands. So do y'all hear the twist in there? The twist is right in there, right in that paragraph and the one that I read right before that. That's where they flipping it.
But I think that sometimes we miss, because it's not always just the nuance, but at the same time, it's just asking yourself certain questions. Who had more right in that area?
Yeah.
I mean, who has more right to be there? Whether there was like somebody should have, okay, you're going there for intelligence, but at least you're saying that that's what you're there for, to understand it more. But you show up without these people knowing or having a good understanding of what your purpose is, and there's any kind of fallout. Like who's really to say who's at fault when you act as if you have more right than the people who live there. Like you don't have to talk to anybody. Like you don't have to get a certain level of permission to be in somebody's backyard without somebody knowing what you there for. I'm just saying, I mean, because if anybody comes into the U.S. doing some of that same thing, if the roles were reversed, I mean, how does that play out?
Exactly. It's just like with the Russia situation. If somebody was putting troops right on the border of posting up a army base right in Mexico, right across the border from Texas. You know what I'm saying?
You could be like, what the hell? Oh, hell no. Like, man, y'all better look, you got
you got like 3 seconds. You got like 3 seconds to reevaluate your situation before I reevaluate it for you. Because no.
They gonna drop look. They're not even gonna look. They see you setting up. If they see you setting up anything like that, it's like they gonna drop a bomb on your ass.
Yeah.
So when other people do it, that's
the message. Because they're gonna go all the way overboard. They're gonna kill everybody. They're gonna kill your whole family and everybody you knew and shit. They're gonna kill the town you was in. Like.
I mean, at some point, there's no more talking. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, when you make certain actions, it's not like, I mean, really, there's nothing to talk about. No, you coming to set up this for a reason. You know what I'm saying? You didn't go through all of everything that brought you to this point just because, it was a cool idea. No, you had a reason behind doing it.
Yeah. It's like I said the example before. Like, let's say we live in apartment complexes across from each other or something, and I set up a sniper rifle and aim it right to your window, and you're gonna be like, "What's up with that, bro?"
No, it ain't gonna be no. It ain't gonna be no. What's up with that? It's gonna be pop, 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 pop. I'm gonna let off on your ass. There's no other reason. There's no other reason for you to have a firearm pointed in my direction. I don't care if it was an accident. No, you foolish. You something,
Are you joking? You playing a game? Is it a TikTok video? I don't know, but this serious to me.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
And so I hope people understand that better, because you can't be mad at a man for feeling that way, right? You can't feel mad at someone protecting their own, land, basically, but their own people, their homes. There's a city where they grew up in. So the other aspect of this is these people were quite brown too, I would say. This Vietnam thing. Let me play a bit more of this Gulf of Tonkin.
Appeared, in which the Secretary of the Defense at that time, Robert McNamara, admitted the attack never happened. He stated that confused reports from confused sailors were to blame, as he explains in the video clip linked below.
Okay. I don't know if y'all got that.
Well, I don't know. As I think more, like, how crazy would I have to be like, take my time to come down, walk over across the street. Hey, man, you got your thing pointed at my window. Did you realize that I was just checking,
Yeah.
Maybe
can you please point it somewhere else? Like, it makes me uncomfortable. Like, my kids are crying at night. They don't sleep good.
Yeah, I mean, ever since I saw this, it's been on my mind to really, I just decided to come over and just try to talk to you about it. No, bro.
No, you probably gonna kick in the door and assassinate some folks.
No, you about to see what my aim is like.
Yeah, take the scope and the gun and take it home. It's mine now. What was I gonna say? I want to play this little part that I just played before just now again, because this is it. This is really the whole thing in a nutshell. I don't even really have to play the video because this little line right here is the whole thing. But I was just playing the little rebuttal. I mean, I was just reading the rebuttal, and the rebuttal was saying something different. Like, they were saying, they fired warning shots, and then the people thought that they was attacking them. So it's kind of similar, but they're making it sound like, you know, it was an unprovoked attack, and that's what they sold it to the American. That's how they sold it to the American people. But
yeah,
in this video right here, this guy. Let's take this back a bit. Let me play this.
Happened. Peace August 4th were debated for years until the 2003 documentary Fog of War appeared, in which the Secretary of the Defense at that time, Robert McNamara, admitted the attack never happened. He stated that confused reports from confused sailors were to blame, as he explains in the video clip linked below.
The attack never happened. Confused reports from confused sailors was the blame. And I mean, and then that even sounds like a soft interpretation of what happened. You know what I'm saying? But I'm that's way more closer to the truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure. But still being kind of soft, because if in the article it said that they was over there, and then they was like, oh wait, we got opposition boats and stuff for some shit going on, so we're gonna leave from over here. They left and then they came back. That's what they just said in the article. So okay, leaving and coming back, and just knowing how the military move, you know what I'm saying? Like, they got a plan. You know what I'm saying? That's probably what they went back to do. Let's go figure out what we're gonna do about these U-boats and shit that's floating around over here. You know, we went over there because they was already doing, it was kind of like a spy mission. They was, you know, over there looking and creeping and shit. So okay, we go back. Well, look, what are we gonna do about this shit? Fucking make it look like they attacked us so we can fucking go to war with their ass, take all their shit, or whatever it is we want to do.
Because I mean, if you know, for those sailors that's there, and you know, okay, they have a mission when they leave, when they get there, and things aren't looking the way that you expect. You go to get some more intelligence. Hey, look, this is what we're seeing, and we can't really complete what we're sitting here for because of this. How do you want us to respond? How should we handle this? Is what should be on the table next. And probably is what happened. But you know, saying confused it's hard for me to really accept this, because you know, you don't, you know, you following orders.
Yeah. It's and confusion when you in situations like this, and you have, what is it called, Supreme Command or Supreme whatever, like somebody is directing this shit from somewhere else that can hear all of the all of the communications, and they can be like, okay, wait, what, oh buddy, are y'all sure or whatever, like, did y'all see what y'all thought y'all saw? Let's double check this some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? They got satellites, they got cameras. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there was a way that whatever was happening could have been verified. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the mission could have been called off. It's like they went back for a reason. Like if you really dissect it, you know, they went in.
Yeah,
trying to get some intelligence or whatever, but they weren't prepared for what they saw, so they retreated. They wouldn't kind of, you know, okay, let me talk to see, you know,
and they regrouped.
Let me call Sarge. Let me call somebody. You know, there was probably a funnel of different back and forths,
and then
they were directed. They got the call to say.
I don't think the U.S. lost any. Did the U.S. lose any ships? But the other side lost ships, I think, in the transaction, right? Because they said the Maddox made it through it. Let me play a bit of this video because I can't remember that detail.
However, McNamara spun the story by claiming 2 days earlier the destroyer Maddox was attacked in international waters. He stated that no retaliation was taken despite pressure from the Pentagon. So when reports of another attack appeared 2 days later on August 4th, President Johnson was forced to act. To understand this event, one must know that the United States was attempting to establish a new nation. It pretended the 17th parallel was the boundary between North and South Vietnam. This was the temporary ceasefire line agreed upon in the 1954 Geneva Accords to allow retreating French forces time to peacefully leave Vietnam before the national elections. This boundary expired in 1956 after national elections were held and Ho Chi Minh was elected as leader of all of Vietnam. The United States ignored the Geneva Agreement and election results and created the, quote, Republic of Vietnam that became known as South Vietnam. It appointed a puppet president the CIA had recruited in New Jersey and sent American military advisors and massive quantities of weaponry to protect its newly created vassal state.
Pause.
America's military-industrial complex fully...
Exactly. Pause. Like, say, bro.
Man.
How did... Wow.
And it sounds like Ukraine today. It sounds very...
That's
very
why I'm
similar.
wowing, because, like, you know, when I watched the video earlier, I was like, bro, this is the same play over and over again. The pattern that, you know, I was saying, like, it's a very common, you know, like this, they keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and most of us don't see it. You know, a lot of this hadn't really even been talked about in the way that, you know, because I mean, they have the, you know, the certain type of, you know, story that they present to us on TV, but, you know, even you know, people who went there for the war, you know, during the war, like people who actually went to Vietnam war, don't even fully understand what they were doing there. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they're following orders. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
And that's why you
So-
can't fault them too much. Like, they didn't know what the hell was going on. And then the people over there are just defending them. Like, what the fuck is going on? They don't know what's going on either, but it's like, these niggas is coming over here with tanks and guns, bro. So, like, whatever, bro. I don't know. Whatever they up to, you know what I'm saying? Fuck. We need some tanks and guns to shoot back at these motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. It was a massive misunderstanding when it comes to that, because you had external forces who were really freaking pushing this, and that's what happens all the time. Let me play some more.
They supported the prospect of another major war. Korea had a demilitarized zone called the DMZ that was agreed upon by all nations. At the end of that conflict, the Americans decided Vietnam should have a DMZ too, and chose the Ben Hai River as a good natural boundary near the 17th parallel. The United States unilaterally created a DMZ in Vietnam and distributed a map that the American media published as fact. For the next 2 decades, the Pentagon constantly called the official government of Vietnam North Vietnam and complained that it ignored its fictitious boundary. Nevertheless,
They do
the
that
term North Vietnam
all the time.
is so embedded in American minds that I will use that false term to explain events rather than the official name Democratic Republic of Vietnam. By 1960,
Let me pause. Yeah, so because like that's what me and Pat be talking about all the time. How like it's so hard sometimes for us to talk about certain subjects because of the limited as fucking like the way words mean here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to like dance around because it's confusion, bro. It's fucking confusion because they just make up shit and they be like, okay, it's this. And it don't be that. This like Israel is an example of that. You can't even pull up Palestine on the map. It's like they're like, it's this. It's like, Well, you know, I guess that's what it is. The people that live over there are like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
But when you dig deeper and you look at previous maps, like look at what the boundaries were 50 years ago, if you can find it, and then look at what the boundaries are now. Like it's at that point it's easier to see what's been happening. But just based on, just without having a little, like somewhat knowing what you're looking for, like it's almost impossible for you to really get
Well,
it.
the history will tell you. He touches on what you're talking about a bit in this video too. He shows the map and how it's like the little the border change. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he touches on that in this video.
It was clear that the CIA effort to create a South Vietnam had failed. As a short documentary linked below. Ho Chi Minh was the most popular man in all of Vietnam, and its people recognized the American-created government was a puppet. The illusion of Vietnam was collapsing and could only be saved by a massive U.S. military intervention. An excuse was needed, so the Gulf of Tonkin skirmish, instigated by the U.S. Navy, was used to obtain congressional approval. After the Geneva Conference in 1954, a CIA-funded covert program named Nautilus hired mercenaries and trained them to conduct attacks against targets along the North Vietnamese coast as part of its effort to destabilize the government. The CIA lacked the manpower to organize and train this growing force of small boat commandos. In January 1964, operations were turned over to the U.S. Navy and renamed Op Plan 34A. The U.S. Navy base was set up in Da Nang and was staffed with U.S. Navy SEALs, U.S. Marine intelligence officers, and other guerrilla warfare experts. The Navy also donated several Nasty-class patrol boats and provided crew training. Starting in February 1964, U.S. Navy destroyers began provocative De Soto patrols along the coast of Vietnam, often venturing inside the internationally accepted 12-mile territorial limit to monitor Vietnamese communications.
So he's going over the
and
incident,
identify targets,
and this is
for
what they were
Op Plan
doing
34A attacks.
leading up to it.
These destroyers were specially equipped with a communications intercept van and 17 SIGINT specialists. On the night of 30 to 31 July 1964, the destroyer USS Maddox was snooping offshore in the Gulf of Tonkin when an A-34A attack was launched against a radar installation on Han Mi Island. At the same time, two other commando boats carried out a similar attacks on Han Yu Island, 25 miles to the south, as the Maddox observed. The Maddox returned to the same area on August 1st, and was just 4 miles offshore when another 34A raid hit the island the next day. The Maddox fled as 3 North Vietnamese torpedo boats appeared and gave chase. As the faster torpedo boats slowly closed on the Maddox, she fired shots at them. The torpedo boats returned fire and launched torpedoes, which had little chance of hitting a fast destroyer from the stern. The Maddox fired over 280 3-inch and 5-inch shells at the boats. 4 U.S. Navy F-8 Crusader fighter bombers arrived and strafed the torpedo boats. 1 North Vietnamese bullet hit the Maddox, causing no casualties. 3 North Vietnamese torpedo boats were damaged. 4 North Vietnamese sailors were killed and 6 wounded. No American was harmed during this American attack on North Vietnam. 2 days later, a false report was sent to the president that the Vietnamese had fired on attacking American ships again. President Johnson suspected this report was false, yet he was seeking an excuse to attack Vietnam. When President Johnson asked during an August 4th meeting of the National Security Council, quote, "Do they want a war by attacking our ships in the middle of the Gulf of Tonkin?" CIA Director John McCone answered, quote, "No, the North Vietnamese are reacting defensively to our attacks on their offshore islands." President Johnson was seeking.
Pause. Let me pause because he's going over so much stuff so fast. Talking about how he said, you know, he figured the reports were false, but he's looking for a reason, and that's how it be, right? You know what I'm saying? Wish a nigga would. I'm looking for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And they're snooping over there already in waters that they're not supposed to be in. Like, you know what I'm saying? So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the intelligence. Like I was saying earlier, it's always some guy in the control center somewhere that's not on the scene that can hear all the communications. That guy can be like, you know, that's why I say you can't, those kind of mistakes don't really happen. The way they explained the events, that can't really happen, really. You know what I'm saying? There is friendly fire. I've seen a lot of shit about friendly fire, bro. Friendly fire does happen, but this is not friendly fire. This is different. You know what I'm saying? Let me play a bit more, and then we're gonna wrap this particular video.
Seeking an excuse to send American combat forces.
Oh shit, y'all! I done did something. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I done did something. Let me see.
Oh, you fucked up your green screen.
Yeah. Oh, my green screen went away. Yeah, I knew something happened. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna. Wait. Let me see. What's gonna let me do? That's what I get for pressing too many fucking buttons.
Yeah, one at a time, homeboy.
You know,
Go ahead, make comments. Because I'm gonna have to go ahead and reboot anyway. Go ahead.
Because it's just like, you know, we're getting thrown right into the middle of the story. Like when there's no real, like, what started this? What produced the
to send American combat forces to Vietnam.
What was
to prevent the Democratic Republic of Vietnam from taking over the South?
My bad, y'all.
Yeah, what was the real need to go and accumulate this intelligence? You know, what were they looking for, and why? Because
yeah, that's what I was wondering when I watched the video.
Because I mean, none of that stuff. Like, I think all that gives real context, and when you don't have that, then you know there's something. I mean, of course they knew, but they don't want to tell us that. You know, all right, why did they feel it was necessary to go over there and, you know, create this new nation? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got a nation that exists. They already, you know, doing their thing over there. What was the purpose?
Yeah.
That's the part. The part I just don't get. But I don't know. They're always doing stuff that, you know, I'm sure they have a reason for, but as far as, you know, us as the people, who, you know, we're supposed to be, you know, the people of the government, the citizens. Like, we really should understand more about what's going on. But Chaka, have you been able to hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, we need to know more about what's going on. Well, in this particular story, though, is jumping in.
I'm just saying what led to
Yeah. So, but I'm just using this as a theme to understand, like I said, only approved lies. So that's the name of the show. So getting into the story of Vietnam is kind of a different story. You know, I mean, we could go there because, you know, I have been looking at that a bit.
Well, no. I mean, I'm not saying that like that needs to truly be our discussion. It's more so when we're dealing with these, you know, these people, our heads of government, and they're doing stuff. But when they give us the story, we get the story starting in the middle instead of, in the beginning, what led them to even being there in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. They never give context. And that's what they do on the shows. And I was meditating on this. I was thinking about the media, and I was thinking about radio and how people used to listen to radio. And I feel like this is what we're doing right now. It's kind of like the radio back in the days when the radio was Wild Wild West. And you know what I mean? And even up to kind of modern times, the radio having, talk shows on the radio, you listen to a personality on the radio. Maybe you get your news from radio. My grandfather used to listen to baseball on the radio. I ride around with him. He loved baseball.
Or even when they had a full TV show. I mean,
yeah,
a full show.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I used to listen to they had the Tell Scary Stories or some shit it was. I don't remember what it was, but it was some shit like that. And it was actually pretty damn good. Like, because you use your own imagination.
The sound effects, all these different things that went into it that really, gave it full, more of a.
And that show, The Twilight Zone, they didn't have all the special effects and stuff, so they had to rely on the story. So you can go back and watch them. Maybe some of them are boring, but if the story grabs you, you can watch that whole to the end because the story grabs you. But I'm just thinking about the media and how the media, especially the news media, how it has all that movie Anchorman. Y'all remember that movie Anchorman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's basically Ron Burgundy, right? He's basically a dumbass, right? But he comes up with a brilliant idea. He's like, let's just do news 24 hours. Let's do a 24-hour news. You're like, nobody's gonna watch that. Get the fuck out of here. That's a horrible idea. He's like, how are we gonna come up with that much content? Like, how are we gonna get that much news? We'll just make it up. We'll just make it up. And they were like, ding. and it was like, that is so like telling the story of the evolution of the news media and the 24-hour news cycle. Because what we got on every news show, talking heads, they're just opinions. They barely, even whatever the topic is, they just barely touch on the subject, the surface of it. And then we got talking heads for like an hour, just bobbling like this.
But see, in a movie like that where they're telling us exactly what they do, we only see it from the comedic side of it instead of the actual what they're telling us.
Yeah, that's why I love that movie. It's so revealing if you read between the lines. They told the story, Anchorman 1 and Anchorman 2. They tell the story of the evolution of pretty much how we got where we are. And they were laughing at it. But it's really a horror story. There's a part, I don't know if it's in part 1, he says, it's really sad that he says the news, it's really saturated now or something like that. He was saying it in a monotone. Anyways, it's really funny. It's just, I don't know. You have to see it, but it's like, that's what happened. It exploded. His idea or, whatever, like some small guy in, what was it, Los Angeles or whatever, they start doing this thing and then everybody copies it. Then that's how you got ESPN and, the sports network or whatever, 24-hour, that one thing.
Channel.
Yeah.
But, it kind of reminds me, too, of the movie that, what was his name? The crazy white boy from In Living Color.
Jim Carrey.
The movie Jim Carrey did, it was kind of like a serious little movie, but he kind of really giving us an idea of what was the name of that movie?
You talking about The Truman Show.
Truman Show, yes. It kind of gives me that same kind of vibe, you know what I'm saying?
84-33 star.
Yeah, that movie is revealing. I think I said it in another video, but it's like, imagine if we're all him. We're all Jim Carrey in the Truman Show.
It's another Matrix movie.
Yeah. And we're all just walking around and we're not aware that everything is fake. Everything we walk by, even the interactions of the people, it's all scripted. You're the only part that's not scripted. And it's like that it's circled around you and shit. Like and then that's everybody, the whole fucking humanity.
Sometimes it feels
That's
like
scary.
that.
That's a scary thought.
Sometimes it really does feel like that.
I love that movie, and I think it was trying to say something. Yeah, his movies be having hidden messages sometimes. He does that. Adam Sandler does that. I think that movie Cable Guy with Jim Carrey had a little message in it too.
Well,
Cable,
I mean,
the movie
well,
Cable Guy.
you know what they say, he lost his mind, which I don't think he lost his mind. I think it's just that, you know, the things that he said, because he still tried to code a lot of his messages, even when he has interviews with people. But like, he
be dropping jewels,
big shit. Like, you know, if you're really paying attention, because some people will write it off and be like, yeah, this dude's crazy. And I mean, by being a comedian, a lot of times they just make whatever they do, you know, whether it's, you know, in the theater or, you know, he's speaking about real life. A lot of times they try to write it off as, he's nutty. He's kind of crazy, whatever. But I really think that all of the different angles that he's seen the world from and being in the positions that he's been in, he has a message that, you know, without getting himself killed, he tries to pass that message on in different ways.
Yeah. Let me go back to this and just to wrap this idea of the lies related to the Gulf of Tonkin. And I think this map right here is the one that you was talking about that shows insurgency and counterinsurgency in South Vietnam as early as 1963. So it says Viet Cong war zone is the pink. Then it says area under de facto Viet Cong control is the striped.
Now, if you go back to the previous map, it shows a lot less terror for, North and South Vietnam. But, as far as actual, because see right here, they're showing more land that belongs to Vietnam, especially South Vietnam. That last map, it showed where something a little bit different.
Yeah. Let me play a bit of this, and then I'm going to wrap this video.
Also wanted to defuse Republican Senator and presidential candidate Barry Goldwater's charges that Lyndon Johnson was, quote, soft in the foreign policy arena. If the August 4th incident had never occurred, other American provocations were sure to provide an excuse. President Johnson showed his toughness with an airstrike. The U.S. Navy sent 18 aircraft to attack an oil storage facility at Bin, located just inland of where the fictitious attacks on the Maddox and Chernobyl had occurred.
Fictitious?
The oil depot was completely destroyed, while 2 American aircraft were shot down. 1 pilot was killed, and the second captured. The captured pilot, Lieutenant Everett Alvarez, shown here, remained a POW until 1973. The Johnson administration then sought legal authority from the U.S. Congress for unlimited military action in Vietnam. A few congressmen wanted the truth. Secretary McNamara eluded questioning by Senator Wayne Morse when he asked specifically whether the U.S. Navy provoked the North Vietnamese response. McNamara lied and said, quote, "Our Navy played absolutely no part in, was not associated with, or was not aware of any South Vietnamese actions, if there were any." Later that
Pause. I pause it every time I hear something that sounds familiar to something like that happened recently. So hopefully y'all can hear that. I want to play some more of this though.
that day, McNamara lied when he denied knowledge of the 34A attacks at a Pentagon news conference. When asked by a reporter if he knew of any attacks by boats from the South, he responded, quote, "No, none that I know of. They operate on their own. They are part of the South Vietnamese Navy, operating in the coastal waters, inspecting suspicious incoming junks, seeking to deter and prevent infiltration of both Maine and Ariel." On August 7th, Congress approved the Gulf of Tonkin resolution that allowed President Johnson to, quote, "take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression." McNamara never admitted to his lies in The Fog of War. He bragged of his ability to deceive. Quote, "I learned early on never to answer the question that is asked of you. Answer the question that you wish had been asked of you. And quite frankly, I follow that rule. It's a very good rule."
That sound like that. Probably all of Congress follows that rule.
But I mean, what sense does it make though? My thing is, they said that they act alone. Come on, bro. Do y'all really believe that?
Nope.
Like honestly, like it's just you got a Navy ship roaming around in these seas. You know what I'm saying? They don't put their own gas in it. They just kind of just, you know what I'm saying? Like they fueling the ship and they just kind of like, let's go over here. Let's go do this. Man, cut it out.
Yeah. Oh.
But during those times, maybe, people really believed it.
They did. That's the reason why we went to war in Vietnam and was there for years. Let me read some comments. This is right underneath the video right here. This is the video caption. It says, "The 1964 Gulf of Tonkin Congressional Resolution authorized President Lyndon Johnson to conduct military attacks in Vietnam. This was considered a blank check for American military intervention that was based on lies. The American destroyer USS Maddox and USS Turner Joy were not attacked by the North Vietnamese torpedo boats on August 4th, 1964, which was used to justify this resolution. This is now widely known, but since the Maddox have been fired upon 2 days earlier, some feel it was justified. However, few know that the U.S. Navy had been supporting armed attacks along the coast, and the Vietnamese were defending themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll find out. A lot of stuff would make more sense if we find out who they had deals with in that region. Like who was around, because I mean, we see Cambodia right there, we saw Thailand right there. There's other countries that was kind of, that I think that America had some dealings with that may have wanted to obtain more of that power. Because I mean, if you really look at it, where Vietnam is, that coastal area, which had all the control of import.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's resources. We can go and look at that. Like I said, that's kind of a different subject, but I think it was resources. The thing is, do y'all know that Vietnam has bounced back like a motherfucker? That they won the war, by the way. But they're not they're not like communists. They have capitalist things. And they are blowing up. They GDP or whatever, they're fucking blowing up like India. They're very prosperous. They have they've recovered and rebounded, and are y'all look it up. Look at how good Vietnam is.
But most of these places will do well as long as there's not, they're not inhibited
intervention by the U.S. mostly. So they won by kicking the U.S. out, basically, and then they got their shit back together, and now they good. The countries where they couldn't get the U.S. and the UN and the Red Cross and fucking, you know what I'm saying? The IMF, the World Bank, the countries that can't get them out of there, those are countries that's still a mess.
But see, but that's the
It's
thing.
like,
Because
that's the
a lot
thing. People keep saying why they can't keep their shit together, like Cuba or Haiti or Venezuela. Why come they can't get their shit together? I can tell you why. There's somebody antagonizing their life.
putting sanctions on them and doing crap that just really, its whole purpose was to, slow them down. Because I mean, if you really think about it, because I mean, there's a lot of melanated people in these places that we're talking about. Every place that we talk about,
yes,
these, you don't realize it because I mean, these are Asians. But bro, Asians are the original, they're originally.
I'm trying to tell you, and that's what I'm trying to say. And I was saying that for the longest. These are brown people over here. These are brown folks. Let me read some more comments under the video because they're always interesting.
But the main thing is when brown people have control over certain resources or in a position of prosperity, they gotta for whatever reason they feel they gotta go in and hinder all of that. Like, no, you can't grow.
That's what that dude said. The quote said, they can't let nothing good happen.
That's what you talking about the guy the other day.
In the video we was watching.
CIA, talking about the CIA. Yeah,
he said they just can't let nothing good happen. Like, damn, that's some hateful ass shit right there. Damn, that's hateful.
And it was a white guy saying that.
Yeah, and he was a former fucking analyst. Let me read some more comments underneath this video. It says, in memory to those who died in vain for nothing, no words can describe the useless and senseless war for profit only. I, a Vietnam vet who, while working in the USPS, often find myself working between two other particular Vietnam veterans. The older one had served in the Navy and was a petty officer on board the USS Mattis during the second attack. Never happened. I was there topside. There was no attack. The younger one had been in the Marine Force deployed to the embassy during the fall of Saigon. All of a sudden, an officer I had never seen before grabs us and orders us to set up and man a burn barrel and burn the documents because only humans were being carried out on the choppers. Then this dweeb comes out heading a line of guys with cardboard boxes. Those boxes are holding bundles of brand new $100 bills. Do you know how hard it is to burn a brick of paper? Whoa. This sounds like some. He said he was there. This is firsthand knowledge. And did you hear what he said? He said they were burning. Let me read this guy's comment again. It's Linwood is his name. 10 months ago, this was posted underneath this video. It says, a Vietnam vet, who, while working in the USPS, would often find myself working between two other particular Vietnam veterans. The older one had served in the Navy and was a petty officer on board the USS Maddox during the second attack. Never happened. I was there topside. There was no attack. The younger one, who had been in Marine Force deployed to the embassy during the fall of Saigon. All of a sudden, an officer I had never seen before grabs us and orders us to set up a burn barrel and burn the documents because only humans were being carried out on the choppers. Then this dweeb comes out heading a line of guys with cardboard boxes. Those boxes holding bundles of brand new $100 bills. Do you know how hard it is to burn a brick of paper? So it looks like they were burning documents and burning money and shit. What the fuck? What the fuck was happening?
I don't know. That's I'm confused now. Like,
I'm gonna read some more comments. It says YouTube has decided that we can't talk about this event without their link to the official lies. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The link that's right up at the top. Yeah. And they anytime you see those links, that's just gonna make me want to watch the video more. That's how it does me. More comments.
No, I mean, especially when you get the ones where they start talking, like fact checkers and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And, the alert, the C19 alerts, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Talking about the experts say. Let me read this.
Who could be an expert on any of this if this is really new? Like, you know what I'm saying? Who's true? Like, man, like
it's the butthurt experts. It's the marshmallow snowflakes. Let me read some more. It says, watching this for a school project on the Vietnam War. Love your channel, man. Keep up the good work. So helpful that YouTube tells me this was a complex naval event. Thou shalt not believe in non-official narrative, the gospel according to big tech. Very informative and well presented. Thank you. General Smedley D. Butler, United States Marine Corps, served from 1897 to 1931, the only officer in American military history to be awarded America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor, twice. So that's a very good comment because, like Barack Obama, and what I be saying all the time, bro, when they give you awards, that means you did some shit for them. You did some shit for them. You know what I'm saying? You made them a whole bunch of money, or you pushed them closer to their agenda that they were trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yep.
You we know that part because, and then they had to I think some part of that it was like, we know what our side and what we're doing, and you pushed it anyway. Like you did it anyway. Like, I don't know. I mean, I may be overthinking it, but some of these people are not just one of those people who just following orders. Of course they are following orders, but some of them know that what they did was wrong, but they were doing it anyway. But,
yeah.
Oh man, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not really.
It's getting late.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna drive tomorrow. Like, I done rested so much. You probably can tell from the background I'm not in my truck.
Yeah.
I had to take me some time out of that truck.
That's good for you, man. Get you some rest. Get you some exercise too, man. It's gonna give you energy.
Oh no! Look, I did today. Did me some walking. Did me some, push-ups and different little, just different little exercises, trying to get myself back into it because I really want to get back. Say, bro, when I was in my 20s, going into my late, from teenage years all the way through into my late 20s, where I was doing every morning. I did like 4.5 to 6 miles. Well, between 3 and 6 miles every morning. I did like I used to deliver furniture, so I did all that stuff during the day, and then in the evenings I shot basketball. So like I was in great shape. I really want to get back to that, ASAP. But my lifestyle at this moment doesn't really make it that easy for me. But I'm fighting through it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I used to swim and play basketball a lot, and I make excuses to why I can't do it too all the time. We just gotta find a way. You know what I mean? Gotta just fit that shit in there.
It's easy to say too, but most people don't understand the lifestyle of a driver, and like some of the places you end up, you're not really safe to go out and just do what you could do. Like people who live in their home every day, yeah, I think a lot of those people are making excuses. But for those who might find it's especially like for me, like people like me where I might end up anywhere. Your schedule changes. The only time you have is either in sometimes 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning where you can get on the side of your truck and do some stuff or whatever. So and I mean, and I can't lie, sometimes I'm just being lazy. But however, like I said, I'm working through all of that.
Yeah.
I hit this sucker the wrong way. I gotta turn around. Damn.
Yeah, it's getting late.
I think we've expressed our point. I think people, like I think they can see it, and if not, it's probably because they don't want to. Did we not have any? Let me see. We didn't have any comments tonight.
Yeah, I think that's weird. I was gonna mention that earlier. 0 comments tonight. It's really weird. And when we started out, we had a good number of people at the beginning of the live that was in here. So I don't know. That's weird. They're probably blocking us. Because I noticed like halfway through
They might be told it because Doc would have said something.
Maybe he's just not here tonight. But I feel like halfway through, it just the amount of people.
But he said they blocked. But no, he spoke like he was earlier this week. No, last week he was saying how they were blocking him. Like he had to come on through a different route. You remember?
Yeah. Yeah. The guy that came on, yeah.
No, Doc.
Oh, Doc. Even Doc. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is what it is, man. I'm gonna keep on doing this anyways.
Yeah.
Look at this long trucking. Y'all can both of y'all driving though, huh? Let me see if it got sound. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it. It's not worth it. It was gonna talk about a long trucking trip, so y'all probably could have sympathized. Oh shit.
So
I don't even want to look at that. I didn't have enough of them damn things.
No, what the hell did you just say?
I know that is it's the retardedness of the internet, bro. Who posted this? Marlon Wayans posted this. This is his official site too. The ridiculousness of the internet, bro. I'm not gonna read that out loud. I'm not gonna read that out loud because it's just too dumb. Sorry.
Oh Lord. That's hilarious. Like
one of the things that Larry Fink said earlier.
Go ahead, my bad.
You're bad for what?
That's Dr. Boyce. I wonder what he's talking about. Let's hear what Dr. Boyce Watkins have to say.
Violating Russian law. Vladimir Putin's put the hammer down on media in order to sort of justify what he's doing in Ukraine. But in general, this comment by Fink about extremist behavior and how it might impact globalization really kind of makes me think about the fact that there could be a new world order. What you're going to really see is reduction in capital flows across borders, which could affect economic growth. I'll keep you guys posted on how it kind of flows out. It's really interesting to watch. Well, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you'd like a free copy of my book, How to Build Generational Wealth by Investing $5 a Day, please visit blackmoneyminute.com. Take care now. Welcome to the Black Money Minute. I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. Well, Larry Fink is the CEO of BlackRock. BlackRock controls about $10 trillion around the world. It's kind of crazy. And one of the things that Larry Fink said earlier today that really got me thinking is he talked about the increased polarization and extremist behavior around the world, most particularly in Russia. Now, companies like Spotify are leaving Russia entirely. Spotify doesn't want their employees to go to jail for violating Russian law. Vladimir Putin's put the hammer down on media in order to sort of justify what he's doing in Ukraine. But in general, this comment by Fink about extremist behavior and how it might impact globalization really kind of makes me think about the fact that there could be a new world order. What you're going to really see is reduction in capital flows across borders, which could affect economic growth. I'll keep you guys posted on how it kind of flows out. It's really interesting to watch.
It's really sad because it looks like they're severing Russia, because it's like I was saying before, that hate Russia thing, you know, with Russia being so European, so more and more Europeanized. And now you got this sentiment, and that's what Putin was talking about in the clip that we played earlier. You got this anti-Russian sentiment, and it's just like severing it. It's severing the world, basically. Another Berlin Wall in this bitch. And it's fucked up because for what? You know, and the Russians want to be able to send their kids to Spain for the summer. And people in Spain want to go to Russia in the winter and go skiing.
Well, my problem is that some of the biggest and loudest voices, on some extent, trying to prepare you for this, because they like as long as you promote and like at least leave the one, if you make Putin the enemy, like you're really allowing that whole globalization thing to happen, because Russia's like the last people to really fight against that whole idea. It's like, look, I'm not giving up my power to you of all people, because you're going around the world and ruining everything. And if I give in, who else is going to fight for this? Like that's really what the whole thing is to be able to implement to the fullest the whole New World Order. The pretty much, one world government, everybody, is pretty much there's no more, like, I don't know, the life that we understand it to be, like pretty much everybody goes into slavery, pretty much. I don't think people see that. We're gonna have the top elites, and nobody really has a chance to, like, they could put a cap on everything. But
yep.
I think that's what most people are missing. They don't really see that that's what's happening. So, United States being one of the major countries that the people still have a little bit of freedom, but as long as we keep accepting and giving away our power to everybody else, we end up with nothing, and the rest of the world just kind of like they follow what we do. If we say it's okay, then it's like, all right, well, it must be pretty good, because I mean, we've been the leaders of humanity from the beginning.
Oh, Shiganada. Azigan Dushnu. Arabian Naguna Wudu. Narziban.
They talk about the
Azigan Dushnu. Arabian Naguna Wudu. Narzibanuto. Shiganada. Azigan Dushnu. Arabian Naguna Wudu. Narzibanuto.
It says, what I hear when he starts off with Grand Rising Queen. That's funny to me.
What's up, man? I hear you, man.
Yeah, you haven't been saying much, Deuce. What you think about everything?
He been working.
I know.
Man,
I know
I've
he's
been working, bro. Shit, man. To be honest with you, bro, it's just, you know, like we had. Well, I made the comment earlier as well as everyone else. Man, it's if people are not woke to what's going on and not paying attention, then you know I feel sorry for them. You know, because it's the same shit. Just like that video we just played is the same shit that's happened in pretty much every war the U.S. has fucking inserted themselves in. You know, and it's like, you know, like
it's like it's few exceptions.
Old folks used to say, you know, history repeats itself, bro. You know, but I wonder if history actually repeats itself, or if the same history is continuing on. They just learn how to mask it and hide it a lot better. You know,
that's basically what Pat was saying, because that is it's a continuation. Who knows?
Say,
you know, how long?
The pact they made with each other, like these people that's in office now, their great grandparents made a pact, and they've been passing that same thing down generation to generation, and you know, like they want to rule the world. It's like, you know, sovereignty won't have its place anywhere. Like you gonna lose all of your rights, and you know they're gonna allow you to
submit to the machine, bend the knee.
Yeah, bow.
What it say? All heads shall bow, all knees shall bend.
Yeah, they're gonna say kiss the ring.
And you're gonna do it, or they're gonna cut your fucking head off. Let me play this clip right here. Damn, it's got the sound in it. Let me turn it off like that.
Yeah.
It was it's the Don't Say Gay bill. They're saying that these kids protesting. It says Pembroke Pines Charter High School had a massive walkout to protest the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, with students chanting, "We say gay."
See, they done already corrupted them. They've already been corrupted. I mean, and these are kids. Like, what you know? What do they know? What do they really understand about all of this? And somebody's mom and dad probably put them up to it.
I'm about to go fishing very soon. I might go fishing Tuesday, Wednesday of next week.
Yeah, I gotta do me some meditation. I
don't know which day it's gonna be. Thursday. I might go Thursday. It's going random day next week. I'm gonna go fishing.
Shit, crazy. You said, yeah, I feel you.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I've been thinking about it, so yeah, I've been gearing up. So it's coming. The weather is very, very, very nice right now.
Yeah, I'm going fishing too when I make it home Sunday.
Yeah, this perfect fishing weather. I gotta get my ass out there. It's that sun too, you know, the sound of the water, the sun bouncing off the water, the sun hitting you. That's something that I think people be forgetting. Like, you don't necessarily, it don't always be about the fishing. You know, it's about being out there with the nature, hearing the sounds of nature. You know what I'm saying? Sitting, you know, just like, you know, taking it in, taking a chance to smell the roses.
I feel that.
We only got so much time in this space, so we should, take the time to enjoy this space. Wow, that was deep, huh? Damn, I got philosophical right there. That was right off the tongue, too.
Man, I'm pissed. I don't know about y'all, but I'm pissed right now.
What's that? About what?
We say gay.
Pat's still on the we say gay.
Yeah, bro, because bro,
yeah,
that they done mind fucked our kids, man.
Yep.
I mean, what's the purpose? You know what I'm saying? Why we need to say gay? I mean, what people do is on them.
Exactly, bro.
It ain't all this other shit ain't called for. Ain't nobody saying you can't be gay, but like, why does this gotta be the top conversation? Why does this gotta be something that's so pushed everywhere? If it's a natural thing, then it's gonna be no matter what. Why?
It's because I get it though. It's because it's part of this whole thing that's happening with the burning of the books.
Is it?
They're saying all the schools are liberally dominated. They're gonna turn all their kids gay.
We can't talk about the destruction that we've done to people, but we can talk about how to why are we talking about sex in school anyway? I don't get it. You muted. I see your lips moving.
Talking to me, Pat, or Chaka?
Talking about Chaka. I saw
Oh.
His mouth is moving, but no sound is coming out.
I hear you.
Unmute.
Unmute, my boy. It did that last night to him.
He says he hears us, but StreamYard shut him up.
Yeah, StreamYard, like, you better not comment on that.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. You support it. You support it if you want.
Yeah, he started out with the, I get it, and he's like, nope, we don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, StreamYard, shut his ass up with this.
StreamYard done that nigga. StreamYard done that nigga like Juicy J say, shut the fuck up.
They muted my ass. Hell yeah. I forgot, but
they said you was doing good before, but then when you start, I get it. It's like, nope.
What I'm saying is, I don't. What they're talking about is good. Like, I don't know if those protests are real. I'll say that. Because I just, that don't look real to me. But as far as the thing what they're doing, it is a problem, and I don't see a problem with using the word gay in a classroom, because you have people in the world that what other way you want to describe them? You just don't want to mention them. You want to pretend that don't exist. That's just like people want to do with slavery and white supremacy.
But that's the thing. Nobody, when you see these people, you don't just pretend like they're not there. But the thing is that, okay, why does this have to overshadow everything else? Like, this is.
I think that they're making this political. That's what they always do. And it's not overshadowing everything. You think that in the classroom every other word is gay? But the thing is, they're saying they came out with a law that they can't say gay at all in the classroom. You can't say the word gay. So like, why? That's extra.
But that's the thing that they're missing. Is like in school, we shouldn't be having a conversation about straight, gay. Like we shouldn't be having this conversation.
I completely disagree, and I said it before in one of the other videos. The sex education is a problem. That's the reason why half of these little kids, these little girls, don't even know how to get pregnant. They don't even know what it really is that makes them get pregnant.
But school is where they're supposed to learn that. Like, see, that's the thing.
If the parents didn't get them, you got a lot of kids. What about I said it before in the other video. You could teach your kid, but you can't teach the little girl that's in class with your son. If they parents didn't teach her.
But as long as my son understands what because I mean everybody has their own way of wanting, or because I mean a lot of parents don't want to have that conversation with their kids until they get older. So why should somebody else decide that, oh, when you're 8 years old, when you're 12 years old, when you know whatever age that there's,
because they have studied the psychology and they know the development ages of these children, and I think these kids need to be taught about sex, and they understand it, and then they be having sex way before y'all think they do. So yeah, we kidding ourselves with this whole thing.
No, we're not.
We're kidding ourselves
because look, the dynamic that I'm looking at is that because they're making it more of a conversation, brings it into their awareness a lot sooner than.
I think if you educate them about it, then that's when they know. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's gonna be. It's the same thing with guns. You have guns around your house,
but
laying around your house. You don't teach them about the guns.
Why isn't the conversation more about male female? Why does it has to be male and female and today I'm this and tomorrow I might be that. Why is it that conversation instead of?
And I can sympathize with your argument on that part. I totally can. But again, how many of those conversations do you think are really happening in a classroom?
Well, that's the thing, because they're not making it even aware of, because I mean they made it where like they can start teaching this in classrooms on the second grade level, where kids are still just wanting to, go up and down the slide and swing on the swing. But, this is something that they feel that somebody at that age really needs to be talking about. Like they're making, I think, to where they're making a generation of potential perverts.
It's almost like they're trying to take the parenting out of the parents' hands, and basically they're telling you don't know shit, so we're going to teach your child about sex, and we're going to talk to your child that it's okay to be gay or this or this or that. Say, bro, I still believe that in middle school, you don't fucking know what you truly want in life. So for you to come and say, oh, I think I'm gay, I like boys, a little boy in middle school, or my daughter in middle school, you don't fucking know. Like, no, we not, we not finna go down that road, bro.
Look, when I was in elementary school, I remember them taking the girls out of the class, taking them to the library to kind of help teach them about, their bodies. I guess some of them may have been going through their periods, and, different things like that. Okay.
I mean, we had health in school, sex ed or whatever you call it, health or whatever. I mean, but that was different, bro. This shit now that they're imposing and talking to kids about, like, no, bro, I don't feel like a teacher.
It's extreme, and it's not allowing. It's not allowing them to.
28 kids should have the right to talk to my son or daughter about homosexuality. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, it's
you know,
almost
it's
like
like
it's
they're putting it in their heads to where it's like, okay, well, oh,
these are
my
all your
teacher talked
look,
about
these
it.
are all your
These are
options.
my
You can be
options. This is what I should do. No,
maybe I
no,
can,
like
like they want to explore all these different things instead of just naturally
teach.
finding out who they are attracted to.
Yeah,
Like
like let these teachers teach, bro. That's why you got kids graduating high school that can't fucking read, fucking
exactly.
you know, green eggs and fucking ham, Dr. Seuss. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying?
mean, and
But
that's
we're
my
gonna
thing.
talk about sex and homosexuality. Like, nah, man, teach.
The teachers are getting no funding. They're paying for their own pencils and pens for the kids in the classroom, feeding them lunch and everything out their own pocket.
But no, say, bro, that look, and that's in probably more of the black schools, because I think we went over that over the schools that get more funding than others. But either way, I mean, teach them how to teach them more comprehension. Like, spend more time on the things that they're gonna need in order to grow mentally, instead of trying to teach them sexually. Like, I mean, there's things that's way more important that they could be learning in school than that. Like, that's my whole thing. I mean, you can't talk about that, oh, these certain demographics aren't learning how to read, or don't know how to do certain math problems or understand science, and you pretty much say, okay, well, that's okay, but they could be proficient in this. Like,
I think
it
we're
doesn't make
being
sense.
immature and naive when we think, I think that the kids can handle it and they totally need education, because we don't feel comfortable. We're not going to feel comfortable having them conversations. We're not going to explain it thoroughly. You want a
What you
professional
mean?
to
Who's not
do it.
gonna?
No.
I'll be.
Oh, so
Man,
now
bro,
the
I would
teachers. So
be.
now the teachers are professionals in it.
Well,
Man,
they tend to bring
this
in.
nigga
They'll bring
playing
in.
devil's advocate. Fuck that. nigga.
They'll
Nah.
bring in people that. Yeah, they'll
No.
bring in. They'll bring
Yeah,
in
he
people
wants something
that.
to argue about. Yeah, he wants something to argue about. I mean,
Nah,
that's
bro.
fine.
Fuck that. Nah.
Yeah,
Hell
bro.
nah. Because I don't have a problem with talking to my kids. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk to my kids about sex. I'll talk to them. If they ask me to put, I'll talk to them about homosexuality. I
Look,
am
I'm a
not afraid to
conservative
talk to my
liberal.
kids about
I
kids,
play
bro.
it down the middle. I know that there has to be middle ground, but some things are going too far, and hey, I can understand you want to have some, you want to play the middle road on some of these topics, but bro, some of it really, there's some things are really just going too far. Like, I can't promote that.
If you see a little boy, you know what I'm saying, you see your nephew or your son do something that, like, hey, you shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? That's just like, somebody gonna tell me, somebody that came to our house and visited one time, my son, because we take our shoes off at the front door. So my son, he was, messing around. His mom had a pair of her shoes sitting right outside the bedroom door. You know what I'm saying? I kept hearing them laughing, and my daughter was hysterically laughing and everything. So I come up there and I'm like, what the hell's going on? He walking around imitating the video on TV, and he got on his mama's shoes, and I got smooth on his fucking ass. Say, bro, that's not what you do. You're a boy. But what? That girls wear that. You know what I'm saying? That's not you. You know what I'm saying? This is not what we don't even play like that. We don't entertain that.
But for somebody who always preaches yin and yang.
Yeah, y'all taking it to the extreme. All I'm saying is that sex education should be in the school.
But you didn't say sex education. You said homosexuality. That they should be able to teach them.
Let me finish. Yeah,
like
that's what I was about to say. Sex education should be in school, and something about gay should be in that education, because you have gay people. That is a part of the thing.
But
bro, I'm gonna say this. You know what I feel
they're
like?
not even being
If they're so,
transparent about what they, because the conversation keeps coming up about the non-binary, the gay or
thing is
lesbian.
this.
Those are the conversations. It's almost as if straight relationships don't even happen because that's not. You don't even hear that. Like everything is to promote the LGBT agenda, and if you choose to ignore that, that's on you, and more power to you. But at the same time, I see what's actually happening here, and it's to promote a dysfunctional lifestyle.
And
people can be upset with me for saying that. I could care less. You do your thing.
Thing is this.
I got people I love dearly that lives that lifestyle. I have nothing against them at all. Hey, I'll help an adult, figure their shit out. But for kids, they gotta be like, that's off limits, bro. Like they're too impressionable to, like, you're sending them down a road and like say, bro, look, that's fine. I'm not with it.
My thing is, and this is just my thought and my opinion. I have nothing against that. I have nothing against them, that community, homosexual. Like, same thing with Pat.
It's been happening
There's people
forever.
that I love dearly, that's their lifestyle, and I love them, and I'll always embrace them. I have no problem with them whatsoever. But my thing is, the way that this shit comes off and the way they try to pass all of these bills in Congress and this and this and that, you know what I'm saying? It's like if they're so comfortable with who they are, this is who they are, then why are you pushing it on everybody else? Dude, they do more for I don't even know how to even say them, the LGB, however you pronounce that. They do more for them than they do for fucking injustice in the justice system against black and brown people. You know what I'm saying? They do more for that than take care of homeless. But that goes to show you what's more important, and that pushes their agenda and what they're trying to accomplish and this and that. Like, bro, that shit is ridiculous, man. Like, be who you are. If that's who you want to be, if there's a community of people, a group of people, if that's what they want to be, like, I'll never, lash out on them in any kind of hatred or any kind. That's not me. I understand that there's people in this world that do, but it's like, at the same time, stop forcing this shit on people, bro. Like, you can't even sit down and watch a decent fucking television show. You can't even go to a movie and watch a good movie, bro, without there being a gay fucking scene in the movie, and you got your kid, your 5-year-old kid sitting here, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and it's with no real context. It's just
it's just all of a sudden
I gotta slide it in here. I gotta just throw it in there some kind of way, as some kind of subliminal message or something, just for the for fuck's sake. You know what I'm saying? To hell, it don't even matter.
Bro.
Like, there's no real reason to do it, but they'll do it just because they gotta meet a quota. Like, it's, bro, like, come on, man. Like, I know you see some of the same stuff we're seeing. You are not blind, and we, like, I know you better than you think I might, because regardless, like, like, you can be supportive of people, but at some point, some things got to be cut off. I mean, you don't believe in pedophilia. You think that this is like you're, to some extent, that's really what it is. You have an adult conversation with a kid is just not cool. You're barking up a tree that our future is like, bro. I don't know. Like, I get a little angry with this whole situation because I can see the manipulation in it, and it's almost like agreeing with slavery, because you're manipulating minds, and using people to further something that you're blind to, like, because the other things that they're trying to implement with this whole movement hasn't come out yet. The young lover thing, like where they're trying to, like they're going to use this same movement to move into where pedophilia is legal. A lot of people don't know that, but that's already been in the makings.
I've been saying the whole time, they're just making this whole thing, this is political, just to get people all in their feelings, like y'all. And then that's how they end up sliding and then that's how they slide in these damn draconian ass laws that bring us back to 1920 and 1930.
No, people who act like what they're doing now and being passive about it are the ones that are helping promote the whole
and I agree with
agenda.
What Deuce was saying, and that's one of the reasons why I don't watch fucking TV. I don't watch those movies.
But other people are watching TV, but because you can turn it off and you can ignore it.
Yeah, I just don't watch
it. It's still happening where other people are being affected by it, because just like I said, they may not be teaching that in my school, but at the same time they're teaching it in other schools where your kid may not be seeing it and not truly affected by it the same way, but there are other kids across this country that are. Like, I don't just care about my kid. Every kid is my kid.
I agree.
Man, let me give me some rest, bro. I'm
all right, man.
I'll be broadcasting live from my truck tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, tomorrow's a nice birthday, so we're gonna see.
Okay, well, yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap it. I'm tired. It's over 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Damn it.
But I think it was a good show
so far. Yeah, it was an awesome show.
Yeah, I think we did pretty good. It's been a while since I was able to stay awake the whole time.
Yes, thank you for that. We like to hear your comments and thoughts on the subjects. Definitely.
Whatever. I was like, yeah, this is time for him to shut the hell up.
And then we covered some heavy, dense stuff too today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm out here in old Memphis.
Well, I'm gonna say I want the people to just pay attention. Like, the surface.
Oh, look at that.
The surface will tell you some stuff, but when you really you think a little deeper on.
Hey, Pat, I ain't trying to cut you off, but did you see the way this nigga just wiped his chin like some player shit? Like, he's standing in front of this motherfucker like, oh, I'm finna holler at this bitch right here.
I didn't even notice I did that. I'm a fan of
My
that
bad,
bitch.
Pat. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It all looks natural, too.
Yeah, I think she is, too. I think she is. She's a thick girl. That's just Brittany from Houston.
Yeah, I met her. Well, I don't know. She's filled in some other places.
Yeah, she got a little chubbier. I've been following her for a while. She
No, I
kind of
don't.
fat.
I like her. I like her size and all that. I mean, I like thick chicks. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna let y'all go. This tablet finna die, and I gotta blow this tank down so I can start unloading in this sucker, man.
And I'm about to wrap it. Anyways, peace and love, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time.
Hey, man, same here, bro. It's always a pleasure, man. Pat, be careful out there tomorrow. I'm gonna be rolling, trying to make it back in myself. So
yeah, I'm heading that direction tomorrow. I'm near Nashville, so we both in Tennessee. But,
yeah. I'm only a couple hours from you.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I'll be heading that way. I got a delivery in Weatherford. No, what's it? Damn, I'm not too far. I'm not gonna be delivering too far from Dallas for Monday, but I'm.
That's crazy how y'all be all over the place. Well, especially you, Pat. You be all over the place, but then y'all be ending up all close together and shit. That's random, bro. Damn universe.
Yeah, man. But man, hey, man, let me know, bro. You know, shit, I'll get on tomorrow.
I'll send y'all a text.
Telling Naya I said happy birthday, man. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, tell my niece I said happy birthday.
Yeah. Well, her birthday is the 28th, but we're having a party tomorrow.
Catch y'all. Y'all be good.
All right. So
all right, y'all.
Tell her or you send me her cash app.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably tell her to text. Send you the number. Send her your number, probably.
That's fine. Just send her a little something for her birthday.
All right, man. Peace and love, man. Get you some rest, man. I see you getting you some rest, bro. That's good. Get your mind right.
Man, bro.
You be working too much, bro. You work too much.
Say, man, like when you got a plan to try to be like, you know, you don't want to be, you know, like nothing wrong with being a truck driver. I love being a truck driver, but I miss out on so much of my life that I'm trying to condense what would take 20 years for some people into 10, you know, or for some people 30 years. I want to try to do it in 15 at least, you know, or you know, because I just made my my 10-year anniversary driving trucks just came up. You know, I've been driving my own truck, having my own truck for half of that, so 5 years, maybe 5 years. So, however, I'm just trying to do a lot in a little short period of time, so I can actually have a regular life, quote unquote, regular life. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I do work a lot, but it's necessary. So, but yeah, man, I'm gonna bust on out. Going to give me a little more rest so I can do my thing tomorrow.
All right, man. Get you some rest.
Sure, bro. I'm gonna holler. What you gonna play rolling out?
Yeah, I'm thinking about playing a song. Why, you got a request?
Damn. I can't.
It has to be one of my songs because I can't play it.
No, I no, it is. I just can't think of the name of it. But every time when I'm in the truck, you know, I beat it up like I got a nice little sound system in the truck.
Yeah, so you go to the page and play it because the songs are on the page. Or are you talking about when I'm playing it?
No, I've played it both. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes before I get on, I just let it rock. I let it play in the because like when a lot of times when you hear what I'm like, well, damn, the connection keep going to the truck is because I went on and start letting it play, you know, through the
and you get the bang bang boom boom. A lot of those beats I made myself, bro, and I was in love with the subs back then. So yeah, and you really need a surround sound system to hear some of these beats because the way I made them, they were like, I have, you know how you can have front high, you know, front low, back high, back low. You can have like a
I
kind of corner, yeah, and so like if you have a surround sound, you can hear some of the sounds moving around those different areas like that because I love to play with that shit whenever I make beats. I love that shit a lot. So, but I don't know what song you're talking about though, because shit, it's a bunch of them.
Hold on, let me see if I can pull up the playlist real quick.
Yeah, I don't know what songs people be liking. It's so hard to like. I'm thinking about going back to the studio. I've been meditating about it, and I know they got some of my old stuff there. So I've been thinking about it, and I got a friend of mine that does music. He plays the guitar and shit. And I always thought that me and him is kind of like a band, so we can make some live music because he plays the guitar and I play the keyboard, and I'm good on vocals. He's good on drums. So we get together and we can make good stuff. So I'm thinking about making some new stuff. Who knows what it's gonna sound like? It's gonna have some live guitar in it though, because I'm feeling that right now.
Man, a lot of times when I'm listening to it, I just kind of just let it play. So I don't even really look at the titles all the time.
Yeah, the names don't mean nothing. I don't know which one it is, bro. Fuck. It's like I think I got like 12 or 13 uploaded on here. Oh yeah. I can't play that one. Because that sample was never cleared. That was a free beat. The engineer, it's just a funny story. Something happened with the beat when we got to the studio that day, and we didn't have a fucking beat. And the engineer was like, "Man, I got some shit or whatever." And he flipped through a couple beats. He played that one. We liked it. And but he was like, "Bro, the samples are not clear. You can only use this for promo." And we was like, "Fuck it." And we got on that song. I really kind of regret that we got on that beat though.
Shit, you can always get another beat and run it.
That time it's past and dead.
I don't know, just pick something, man.
Is it that one? That one got a lot of attention online really quickly. Like I think people like that one a lot. One you're playing right now, yeah.
I mean, like I said, I like all. I mean, honestly, like.
Yeah, I know which ones kind of hit online, but I still don't be knowing which ones people like, because they got clicks, it's so complicated.
I'm gonna play something that you may not play all the time, and I mean, what's one of your favorites?
One of my favorites. I don't have a favorite out of here. I really like the shit this year. The way I judge a song is by how well it was made. So I have like a tier out of this list. So I like all of them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? At least somewhat. Some of them I don't like that much. I ain't gonna lie. It's two of them that I don't like that much. But people like that one a lot, so that's why I play it. But it's like, I don't know, I got burned out on that song. And What the Real Is kind of makes me feel some kind of way. I know that's a really good song, and it had potential. And I performed that song one time, and I did I had you know how you do the show mix, where you take out the main vocals and you leave in the background vocals or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was performing that song and I did the wrong damn verse. So it's just every time I hear that song, I remember that event. It was a horrible event. Really terrible. I don't know. I'm gonna just randomly pick one then. I'm gonna pick one of my favorite ones, even though the production is not the best. Is this one?
I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'm get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'm get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she play my mic, she really. Remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. I'm leaning to the side, man. splashing. Ain't nobody hiding. We full of passion. I see this chick smiling with her action. She said she from an island. I'm just passing. I said stop lying. We started laughing. Girl, what you drinking? I'm on that Captain. Now we on pink panties with a napkin. I got a blunt dipped in brandy that we passing. Now we leaning to the side in the bass bay. She feeling on my thigh, my chain swinging. Feeling alright now. The game changing, right on time now. We both swaying, do that new style now. Bojangles, I wanna see your tatas. Those jangles, what about your now guys? I need angles, call me your papa. Grab your ankles, move like chaka chaka. When it's anal, I got to get ya. And it's painful, split you like a swisher. With a label, you know we can make it without being naked. We can make them think we fake it, shake it, make me take it. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. This trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 If you got a cup, put that shit up. Lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you got a fat cat and your drawers and bra match, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you just got off of work and your fucking feet hurt, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you shine fly and everybody know your ass high, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If it's getting hot and you drink Henny on the rocks, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you a hot girl and you can stop and make it pop, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 Yes, I am drinking. Recording this shit. Yeah. This damn green, man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you're looking at me. I'm riding clean and I'm flying down the freeway. Nowhere to be, so I'm taking me a free day. Defensive driving, best to listen to what he say. I'm higher than a child on the first day of pre-day. Drive slow, I ain't tripping on the delay. The cup I'm sipping on is giving dumb leeway. Anyway, the optimal ashes spilling on my khakis instead of the ashtray. Brush it off and keep it moving on. Shift my attention to what else I could be doing wrong. Sure, someone on my phone I could be screwing on. So you alone? Bring your whole crew along. Sit around the table playing beer pong. She drunk, she bending over and she got a clear thong. I'm looking from the back, man, I got an ass on. Wake up on my back, where the grass come from? This damn green, man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. This damn green, man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. I'm the king and we gon' do the things my way. I wanna see you in skinny jeans on Friday. When I'm leaning to the left, you better be leaning in the right way. Leaning in the right way. I'm cleaner than a washing machine. If you hyperallergenic, get your antihistamine. You're like a tight wad caught in between A full of shit latrine and a pistol with some fiend. Gotta get the cream is on top. ACE, we the team that won't stop. They calling me the dean cause I teach them what's hot. Thought you were the new thing, we can see that you're not. We had to get mean cause we're taking your spot. We wanna get a ring, sit in championship box. Call up your queens and tell them get clocked. When they see the muscle is supreme, your boys gon' kick rock. This damn green man got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. This damn green man got me sitting sideways. This damn lean man got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. We thought you were the new thing. But we can see that you're not. Yo, we thought you were the new thing. But we can see that you're not. If you got your own and you clean. Drop it like it's hot. If you got your own and you clean. Drop it like it's hot. Everybody say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gonna jock my side? Say wow. How you gonna jock my side? Say wow. How you